Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Wadau. Welcome to this show. Welcome to Afric 24. I'm your host, Jex, the moderator, and this is Afric 24. We have a great show lined up for you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining me live. I'm your host, Jex, the moderator, and this is your show. This is your host, and of course, this is Afric 24. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Let us know where you are, and above all allow us to entertain you, keep you company, and above all allow us to as well inform you on what is happening in our country. And of course as well we discuss matters affecting our nation. Tomorrow is Jamhuri Day. Keep it locked to Afrique. We will bring you all the events live. And thank you so much for tuning always to whenever we bring you such programs and such content. Asante, asante sana. Karibuni sana. Tunayo show fiti, tunayo show kali. Nijuze unantazama ukiwa wapi eh? Kesho ni holiday lakini is it really a holiday? Is it really Jamhuri? Do we really even have Jamhuri tomorrow? It doesn't feel like yesteryears when such days zingekuwa waited upon with a lot of excitement and enthusiasm. Kenyans wangekuwa with a lot of expectations, but unfortunately that's not the case. And that's where we are. And who do we blame? But tunakubaliana na hali tunakubaliana na hali jinsi ilivyo, na hivyo ndivyo mambo yalivyo. So today we are discussing the issues that happened yesterday. For those of us who maybe live abroad, yesterday our country again, for the third time, suffered another power outage. We were we were treated to power failure. We were treated to long hours of darkness. Well, I tell you, this is where we ask ourselves, where did we go wrong? Tulikosea nani bwana? Where did we go wrong? You know, some people would ask us, themselves, and even ask us as well. Really, are we doing okay? Tuko sawa kweli? Because truly we are not. Truly we are not. Truly we are not. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for being part of this great conversation. Karibu sana kwa show. I'm your host Jakes, and let me know where you're watching me from. Nijuze hapo tu kwa comment section, hii inakupata ukiwa maeneo gani? Where is this finding you? Yeah? Where is this finding you? I am doing well. I hope you as well are doing quite all right. Asante, asante, asante sana. Yesterday at around 8 p.m. Kenyan time, the country again suffered power failure. It was so sad that again Kenya Power uh, had challenges with supplying power to our country. And then, as if that is not enough, and to add insults to injuries, JKIA, JKIA, our home where we come and land from, where we come and where people come, and there is where they first see all our tourists. That's the first thing they see. That's where the first place they land. It's what gives the first impression of our country. And as I can tell you for free, ladies and gentlemen, it's embarrassing. It's beyond embarrassing. It's just, I don't want to use the word pathetic, but it borders in between pathetic and shameful, not let alone being an embarrassment to many of us. You know, these are the things that we term as our national heritage. They are our pride and joy. In fact, Kenya Airways, one of its slogan is Africa's pride and joy, and it touches ground on JKIA. And unfortunately, what do we represent? Well, what do we represent? I see already many are tuning in, and send in your comments. Let me know what you think is happening in our country. Are these not economic crimes? These perpetrators, because by the end of the day, we will have all this blame. Oh, there was power outage because of an overload of ABCD. All those claims have been there. Then you ask yourself, how comes it never used to happen in previous regime? Is it now that we are consuming more than we used to? Even when power is very expensive, is it now that we are creating overloads and hence causing the power failure? And one of the recommendation, ladies and gentlemen, praise for this, is power rationing. Ati kutakuwa na power rationing in some selected places. So that is to say, in other words, that soon and very soon we will be having interruptions of power. Yeah. And when there is such interruptions, common mwananchi is affected. Jua kali depends on electricity. Wase wa salon, vinyozi, they depend on electricity. Most small SMEs in Kenya, most of them are powered by electricity. Go to a cyber shop, it needs power. And some of these small shops, some of these SMEs, they don't have access, or they're not privileged with generators or solar panels or even anything that powers back, or like a power bank or anything that supports them in the event there is power failure, right? So when there is rationing, it not only affects the small mwananchi, it equally affects large institutions. Of course, probably they may be favored, but in those small societies, in those small places they call small, we have some local dispensaries, we have some local hospitals there. Some are not equipped with proper backup. When power fails, what happens to the patients therein? What happens to the patients who lie in this hospital? Some, of course, in incubators, yeah, the newborn, yeah, they're incubated. Incubators require power for them to run. What are those who are on life support? As much as we have our national referral hospital and other big hospitals that probably might be considered when this rationing may begin, but out of these other small institutions, small hospitals, small facilities, that maybe might not be described to be nearing anything that may scare Kenya Power. Even our fridge at home, eh, our fridges at home, they require electricity. Most of us are not equipped with any power backup. We don't have solars, we don't have generators. So if there are, like, for instance, 12 hours blackout, most of the things in our fridge will go bad, right? We can't even be entertained. When power goes, as we said some other time, when power fails, it's like life has come to a stop. Becomes boring, it becomes sad, it becomes lonely. The world literally becomes dark. So we truly need electricity. We need power. But what at times is sickening, even after all these failures in power supply, no one is taking responsibility. We are only getting excuses after excuses after excuses. We are only getting that, oh, this happened. Someone now even has said he needs the DCI to investigate, to investigate why the generator at JKIA is failing to respond adequately. This is the same person. After the roof began leaking, he formed a committee of experts, or a committee of some guys, to look into the issue of why roofs are leaking at the airport. You remember when it rained some other time and there was serious leaking in the airport? The image of our airport is done, it's wanting, and we have no one to turn to. We have no one really to turn to. We cannot turn to our president because, hey guys, this man is always almost not in the country. And I wonder, I think he boards his plane from JKIA, right? stima ijaipotea akiwa nje alafu arudi akute hiyo giza, ama ni me I'm thinking too much because he's almost always not around. Is it possible siku moja stima inaweza potea kama hayuko, and maybe hata atashtuka kama ameland Kenya ama ameland somewhere else, cause hata kuwa nakumbuka properly where he is, given that hakutakuwa na power. Hmm? Someone was saying he is a local tourist, no, an international tourist, only using our country as a destination to, to come change, to come take a bath and all, and then go back. So he just needs to tell us if he has several countries that he belongs to, because amekuwa mtalii wa ukweli, amekuwa mtalii wa cha ukweli. Zaidi ya yote, asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. This is Afric TV, this is your show, this is the number one channel giving you this type of content. Let me read some of your sentiments coming through. Namwona Laban Masiani akisema hivi: sisi tulisema but wenye macho waone na sio uganga. Jex, nauliza kulikuwa na maandamano ndio stima ikapotea? Stima zilipotea tu hivyo, ilikuwa tu ni ghafla bin vu, punde si punde, and yeah, we found ourselves in that dark state for several hours from around 8 p.m. Some by 2 a.m. in the morning, they didn't still have power. Others were lucky. I think I fall under the category of those who were lucky. Around 2:10 thereabout, power ilianza kurudi. But some places like Mombasa, as early as 8 bado hakuwa na stima. So those are like 12 hours, 12 good hours of outage, Wow. Yeah. Only in Kenya. Only in Kenya. The first time this happened, I thought we learned our lesson. The first time this happened, I thought measures were taken. The first time this happened, I thought probably we will never be here again. And mind you, tomorrow is Jamhuri Day. That's why we're asking ourselves, is it really, truly Uhuru? Yeah. Our forefathers one time said it's not yet Uhuru. And of course, I picked a cue from that, and that's why it informs our thumbnail today. So, welcome to this show. I'm your host, Jakes, and this is Afric 24. Karibu sana, wacha tuwe na show moja fiti, tuwe na show moja kali. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Hapo kwa comment section nieleze unantazama ukiwa wapi. Watu wa Mombasani, karibuni kwa hii show. Watu wa Bungoma, watu wa Busia, watu wa Kakamega, niliambiwa wana sawa wasee wa Ingo. So leo ninawadediketia hii show wasee wote wa Western Kenya. Karibuni sana, karibuni. Watu wa Shimahoho, watu wa wapi, Luanda, watu wa wapi, Sentikisa, hizo maeneo zote, karibuni sana. Welcome to this show. This is your host Jakes, the moderator, and this is Afric TV. This will be the show that you come to love, enjoy, and always like to tune in to watch and grab most of the things that we post for you to enjoy every day. Asante sana. And of course, you know what? As much as Kenya Power has issues with supplying with constantly supplying power, kuko na stories za funding hapo chini ambazo zimeingia. I'll be telling you about it. I'll be telling you about their insufficiency and failure to mitigate power outages. I'll be telling you all about that in just a short while. As well, I'll be letting you know what are some of the measures Kenya Power is recommending, including power rationing. You remember one time Rigiji said would rather pay slightly more for power but not suffer or rather not contend with what do you call it, power rationing. But here it is again. So it's like these guys, they prepare psychologically. What they say won't happen happens. What they tell you, hey, this one is better than this, kumbe. It's never really better. What they prepare you for is what they tell you won't happen. They tell you they won't increase, for instance, taxes. that happens. If they tell you that the cost of living will go down, the reverse always happens. So I think whenever you hear the message from the government, look for the opposite version, because the opposite version, I can guarantee it will be true. I can almost guarantee it, that what the opposite of what they have said will be true. Now, I want to play the response from Waziri Chirchir, who tried to explain to Kenyans why there is power outage and why very soon, if not starting very, actually from Thursday, they said they will issue a statement, and maybe from Thursday, I'll have the dates for you of when we should expect power rationing. Power rationing, probably by Thursday, we should be able to know from which days that we should expect power rationing, and of course, maybe where exactly this power rationing would be, who would be affected, right? So, allow me to begin with this clip, and even as I invite you to join me in studio. Welcome,
the
ladies
energy
and
sector
gentlemen.
that will plunge the country into power rationing amidst overflowing power generation dams. So in the wake of a series of blackouts in the last 3 months, it has now emerged that the country's power transmission network is unstable and cannot cope with excess generation during peak hours. While attributing the nationwide power outage to system failure, Energy Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir warned Kenyans to brace for power rationing as a way of mitigating overloading of the transmission lines. Chirchir, who admitted that the power outage was a shame to the country, says they have restored power to almost all parts of the country.
Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Nairobi.
Following more than 18 hours of power outage in the country for the fourth time in the last 9 months, Energy Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir held a closed-door meeting with the management of Kenya Power, Ketraco and Kengen to deliberate on the steps to be taken to deal with frequent cases of power blackouts, which continues to affect economic activities. The Cabinet Secretary attributed the Sunday night blackout to an overload on the Kisumu-Muhoroni power line, which led to a sudden increase in power flow on the Juja-Lesos-Muhoroni link, leading to overload at all Carrier 2 transformers and Dandora-Juja transmission link.
Yesterday was caused by an overload between Kisumu, Moroni, when there was sudden demand, and the line that between Kisumu and Moroni is dimensioned to carry 80 megawatts. When the line went down, it was carrying 120 megawatts, and suddenly there was a demand of an additional 20 megawatts on that line.
Chirchir, who experienced the disruption caused by the power outage firsthand at JKIA last night, says 60% of Kenyans connected to the national grid were reconnected to electricity after 5 hours, with those in Nairobi, northeastern and coast regions waiting until Monday morning when they were reconnected.
I experienced firsthand the anger because I was at the airport when the belt stopped, and therefore we could not get our luggages. The generator did not take off immediately. And it's a challenge that, as a country, we are really ashamed of, and we need to address it.
As part of the mitigation measures to deal with the frequent blackouts in areas affected by network instability, the ministry is to release a power rationing schedule Thursday.
We are working with the engineering team to see the mitigation measures to be able to reduce that, including load shedding, certain pockets of the regions which are demanding so much power and therefore overloading the links. The load shedding, yes, it means power rationing. We load shed today in Sotik, we load shed tomorrow in Bomet, we load shed the following day in Kigali. So it will be really limited load shedding to address the challenge we have.
However, the CS says the power rationing is a short-term measure to deal with the challenge, as the ministry is fast-tracking on construction of Narok Bomet 132 kilovolts, completion of Sundu Diwa 132 kV power lines to deload Kisumu, Muhoroni Chemusit power line, construction of a new 132/33 kV substation at Sundu.
We know where the problem is, and we are addressing those challenges. It's bound to happen again, but we will look at serious maintenance. But the gist of it is lack of investment in the network for a long time.
The ministry says it needs $5.3 billion to do a master plan that will ensure the country has sufficient energy supplies against $250 million, which they have received from African Development Bank and World Bank, which will be used to construct key power lines in Rift Valley, Central and Coast.
Disturbing and mysterious trend. The country has once again been plunged into darkness in yet another national power supply failure. Now, this is the third outage, blackout, whatever you want to call it, in a period of only 3 months.
Well, the power outage paralyzing services across the country, including Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where essential services were disrupted after the generator failed to pick up yet again. Well, in a statement, the Kenya Power attributes the blackout to system disturbance, which they claim is being addressed by technicians. Now, during similar outage last month, it took more than 12 hours to restore power in most parts of the country.
This is JKI with frequent blackouts. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to Nairobi.
Again, tonight, in what is becoming a disturbing and mysterious trend, the country has once again been plunged into darkness in yet another national power supply failure. Now, this is the third countrywide blackout in a period of only 3 months.
As you can see on your screens, some people sharing footage of the outage and the effects. And of course, it's paralyzing services across the country, including, as we told you earlier, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where essential services were disrupted after the generator failed to pick up yet again. And in a statement, Kenya Power attributes the blackout to a system disturbance, which they claim is being addressed by technicians. Now, during a similar outage last month, it took more than 12 hours to restore power in most parts of the country.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our rivers are overflowing. Why? Because kuna enough water. Because most of our power is hydro. That means it comes from water. You know, that's why we have huge dams, like in Masinga Dam and all. Is it 14 or 7 falls? Those falls, one of the reasons they were constructed is to generate power. And the rivers are filled with water, right? We have enough water. You remember one time they were rationing because we didn't have water. Now we have water, enough of it, in its excess. But unfortunately, now we want to ration. Yeah, we want to ration our power because we. Now, my question to you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight would be, how comes this was not happening in previous regimes? And I don't know if you heard what the CS said, that the reason as to why this has happened is because of a long negligence, or rather long standing of not properly maintained, not serviced and all. He wants to shift the blame again to the previous regime. Now it makes me ask this question. He was a CS for the same docket in the previous regime. So what was he doing? So should we blame him? He was a former CS for energy. It's not a new docket for him. It's something he has done before. So before he decides to shift the blame, something that I think this regime has truly perfected, right? Should we first blame him because he was once that kind of a minister that he is today, right? So what do you think? Let's have a conversation. Let us discuss this. We have more than just power, but we are beginning. This is the first part and the segment of the show where we are discussing the chaos brought about by the power outage. And now there are words from what the CS was saying, that it was embarrassing, it was a shame for a country like this one, Kenya, 60 years after independence, to not have a properly functioning generator, backup generator at our airport. The CS alifuta mtu job last time. You remember? Someone was fired in August, the end of August. Someone was fired. Yeah, and in fact, he was told, "Thank you." You know, Murkomen appreciated him for stepping down. Yeah, and someone was brought on board. Now it happened again. Will the new guy, who is barely 3 months in office, be fired? If he will not be fired, Kenyans actually should demand for reinstatement of the previous guy. Why? Because even the one who is there is not able to function. So the blame should not be maybe on Kenya Power, on Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It should go back to Kenya Power, who is supposed to supply power. The people who should be fired, the people who should be responsible, the people who should be sent home packing like immediately are those guys. But it was only 20 minutes and someone lost his job. Yesterday it was almost the same. No, none has lost his job. Yeah, but today Murkomen as well wrote to DCI, claiming that probably kuna mtu amefanya ile kitu. Kuna mtu amefanya ile kitu. Amefanya kitu gani? Amesabotage government na anahitaji afanyiwe ile kitu. Listening to this one, even as I bring a good friend of mine to join me live.
And Roads Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen now wants police to investigate the possible acts of sabotage and cover-up at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Well, this is after a section of the airport was plunged into darkness the third time in 3 months. And this is due to failure by the backup generators to kick in. Now, in a statement, Murkomen said that though the changeover to the standby generators ensured power was immediately restored to most parts of the airport, unfortunately, supply did not immediately resume at terminals 1A and 1E. He further expressed concern over the frequency of the power disruption that had for the third time affected the international airport, a facility of strategic national importance. He implored the police to commence investigations in what points to a looming purge at the Kenya Airports Authority. Having already received the interim report of the technical committee he formed to access airport operations, he noted that while the cleanup of the mess at JKIA continued, he had instructed the KAA board to carry on with the reform agenda and for the management to implement the recommendations of the committee.
Why, I tell you, zile visanga ziko hii dunia ni zetu tu to deal nazo. Wow, my good friend Simba is in the house. I'm so glad to see him and as well to have him in the show. Simba na Teya, habari ya leo?
Jax, habari yako?
Niko salama bwana, ni kama stima hazijarudi kwenyu.
Sasa mimi niko kwa hiyo blackout. But anyway, mimi nataka nikwambie hivi jambo moja. This is one of the worst government ever since independence. Filling the cabinet with the cronies and the psychopaths in the name of serving Kenyans is a mess of its own. And this is the real government of William Ruto. Yes, so ile kitu yenye tunaweza ambia William Ruto, sisi ni watu wa Azimio. Mimi ni mtu wa Azimio.
Okay.
Sasa this is the true character ya the whole regime. They are playing around tupatie muda last regime nini, but now with running a government for the last 1 year halafu tuwe hakuna stima. Nafikiria kuna kitu yenye inafaa kuitwa economic crime ambayo inakuwa committed na hii government, na tukiwa tunajua maandamano haiko. Sijui hii sasa nani atakuwa blamed, nani atashikwa. Inspector of Police General Bwana Koome ako wapi? Si wafanye kazi yao, washike hao watu. Nini wanangoja?
Now,
orders zitatoka kwa nani?
Let me ask you, Simba, when you look at this kind of blame, why is it that it's not a kind of government approach? Because it's not just JKIA affected by power outage. Kenyatta National Hospital is there. Many small hospitals were affected. Yeah, I was hoping that the CS for Health will tell us that these are the losses we incurred because of, we are talking of 5 hours. We are talking of 6 hours. We are talking of 12 hours in other parts of the country. What if this facility doesn't have a backup generator? Maybe it has children in the NICU, you know, babies who are born, the newborns, you know, in the NICU. You know, when will we get full cabinet really taking responsibility? When will the government come out and speak about this? Because I don't just think it's JKIA. A lot of sectors are affected. The Minister of Trade should as well apologize to SMEs, the kinyozi guys, wase wa salon, wase wa cyber. You know, the SMEs wanatumia stima. So, si wale tu wase wanafly na ndege. Even those small guys wanatumia stima. Why is it that we don't get proper apology? Because actually they need to apologize. And as you have rightfully said, it's almost criminal. Why don't we see people being arrested, not just being sacked, even being arrested and charged because of economic sabotage? From where I see it, what do you think?
In fact, that was my first statement. Kwa sababu wakati tunasikia Churchill akisema eti hata bag zao zilikwama, so what? Yeye alikuwa anasafiri. Kwa sababu hawa,
that's what they do, they travel
yeye alikuwa anasafiri, na hii ndio character ambayo ni common kwa hii government and especially for ministers traveling. Hao ni tourists. Sasa na yule mtu mwenye anategemea kinyozi, yeye atasema nini yake ilikwama? So mimi nataka nikwambie hivi. Nchi yetu haifai kuwa na ukosefu wa stima, and especially wakati huu tumebarikiwa na mvua ya kutosha. Sasa hata hiyo subsidy ya mbolea singefanya basi stima irudi. Kwa sababu in fact for any achievement ya William Ruto lazima usikie kila waziri akiongea. Hata Malonza si ulisikia ni wa tourism, wanyama wa borini na inaingiana wapi na tourism? Ndio nikwambie, these are jokers. Yes, so ndio nauliza, hii subsidy ya mbolea ambayo wanatumia kila wakati, mbona haijatumika ku explain the power outage? These people are jokers, and in fact hawa watu wanafaa kuondolewa mapema kabla ya 2027. Tusiwe na sababu yeyote, kwa sababu in fact ukisikia mambo ya power rationing imeanza sasa, sijui ni uchumi gani yenye Rigathi Gachagua anasema walipata ikiwa kwa ICU wameileta kwa ward, wakati the following day tunakuwa na power outage nchi mzima. Sijui sasa ni uchumi gani wameleta, na mbona hajasema enyewe ilikosea, lakini bado tena huyu mgonjwa alikuja akazidiwa, tunamrudisha ICU. Huyu ni mtu mwingine anafaa ku apologize. These people are all jokers. They don't know areas of government wanafaa in fact, kitu cha kwanza na let me speak this from the bottom of my heart. William Ruto alilete kabila zake na sycophants wake wote akawaweka kwa cabinet, and especially hiyo ministry ya energy. Hakuna kitu wa Kenya watatarajia kutoka hapo. To be very simple and precise. Yes. Nothing unless we have technocrats Wacha alete mtu kama Machogwa turn around, yani mtu kama Matiang'i turn around hiyo ministry haina within 1 month kila kitu iko sawa. That is when he will, and if he, yes.
Nikuulize, let me ask you. In Uhuru,
yes,
time, when that happened, I remember ni watu walikuwa wameangusha power line, and it was, we could see, you know, people had walikuwa wamepora hizi chuma za kusambaza stima mpaka ikaanguka, right? Hakukuwa na any day walisema kumekuwa na overload. Now the word that Churchill confuses us, that kumekuwa na overload as a sudden increase in overload. Now, is it now that stima imeanza kuwa na overload? Why has this not been an issue before?
Jex, wacha nikwambie, overload ya stima kwa sababu ya connectivity. Tungekuwa tunaambia watu tangu William Ruto aingie kwa uongozi, factories na industries ambazo zimeanza kuajiri watu ndio zimefanya hiyo constraint ya power line, that hiyo ingeeleweka. Sahizi ni nini, what kind of achievement hiyo imefanya kuwa na overload kwa grid?
Number 2, last time wali blame Turukana, this time wame blame Kisumu, and anasema it will occur again and again because akujakuwa na proper maintenance in the previous days. In short, ni venye tu hakumalizia hiyo statement in the previous regime, you know, because they have a habit of blaming the former president. And I've equally said he was a former minister of energy before, you know, this is not a new docket for him. He's just coming back, you know. So if he blames the previous regime, what will stop us from blaming him? Right? So Simon, let me ask you, should someone be fired? Simba, sorry. Simba, can you hear me? Okay. Simba,
yes.
Hey, should someone be fired? Should someone be sent packing because this is the highest level of incompetence?
Let me tell you, Jex, ile kitu yenye William Ruto anafaa kuanza kufanya saa hizi ni
finally baada ya network imemfanya ile kitu. Bwana leo Nyabaya, habari ya leo? Naona Simba na Tei ya amefanyiwa ile kitu.
I think it's Simba Netaya. Simba Netaya. Yeah. So you need to.
So how do you pronounce that one? Which language is
Alex
that one?
Media. That is Kisi. Alex is coming. He will elaborate.
Oh, you'll tell us how to properly pronounce it, okay? But I chose to go with Simba. Simba is easier. Simba, are you okay? Simba,
I'm okay now.
Okay.
Niko sawa, sijui kama utanipata. Nilikuwa nasema hivi. Watu kuanzia the likes of Alfred Mutua, Eliud Owalo, akina Chirichiri Murkomen, those people kufikia saizi wanafaa kuwa replaced. We have proper people who can run the government. And in fact, if William Ruto expected these people to bring him votes, kuna development yenye watafanyia wananchi, watamfanya anguke na mapema. These are the first culprits wenye angeondoa kwa cabinet. Hiyo ndio nakwambia kama solution. Yes.
Now think about it. At the moment hakuna mtu tunaweza run to. The president is not always with us. The DP will somehow blame us. You remember he blamed us when we are dying in floods. He told us it is our fault that we die in floods. So he blamed us for dying in floods. So probably he might even equally blame us for not having power. So who do we turn to? Who do we turn to?
In fact, sasa mtu ambaye tunaweza karibia kidogo ambaye anaweza saidia watu saisi, hata sijui ni nani, sijui ni Moses Kuria ama atakuwa ni nani, I don't know, hata sielewi. All these people are confused. Yes, mimi sioni. The best thing yenye kama huyo rais angepatikana, aambiwe my friend, hawa watu wanaona unatembea uji na hawakuambii huko uji. Yes. The earlier wanaweza msafe ni hiyo.
Na nikuulize, na siko ubaya, na sikuulizi kwa ubaya.
Yes. Mimi niko tayari.
Kwa timu nzima ya Ruto, who do you say is a performing cabinet secretary?
Mimi hakuna mtu hata mmoja anaweza fikisha hata 45% kwangu mimi. So, okay, Kindiki ana overratiwa sana kwa sababu ya maybe hiyo wizara aliipata ikiwa performing, so people thought bado mtu mwenye alikuwa na Irani bado wako, kwa sababu the mess at Nyaya House peke yake hiyo inamfanya anguke chini flat, kwa sababu badala ya kuangalia solution ya kupatia watu passports, ameleta viti. Saizi watu wasichoke kama wamesimama, ama mtu asianguke, afadhali wakae chini kama wamelala kwa viti. Hiyo sio solution.
Why do you say that Bwana Nani is overrated? Bwana, who do you call him? Bwana Kindiki. Why do you say overrated?
Overrated kwa sababu ya percentage of performance yenye huwa anapewa, ambayo mimi sioni. Hiyo issue yenye iko hapo Nyaya House, mahali anatoka hapo, hiyo peke yake inafaa kumtoa nje kabisa, kwa sababu watu wamekuwa wengi hapo wenye wanatoroka hiyo hali mbaya ya uchumi, na anawapatia viti wakae ili wasionekane ni wengi hivyo.
Now nikuulize, yes. Government inakaa tamaa yake ni kubwa, sababu leo tu wameongeza gharama ya NTSA. Ukinunua gari kwa mtu kubadili tu forms peke yake sasa hizi ni ilikuwa sijui 2,000 3,000 itakuwa shilingi 20,000. Hiyo ni the latest report from NTSA.
Nimeiona like...
Now let me ask you, wameongezea yes. Idea ingawa koti ilipunguza ilizuia hizo story. Ni mwananchi mwenye akona pesa mpaka inahitaji zipunguzwe. Okay, after the swali I don't know which one to ask, but ni lini mwananchi ataambiwa wenyewe kwa sasa wacha tupunguze kitu fulani, hatutaongeza, na hata hawaongezi shilingi kidogo, wanaongeza karibu 20, 30, 50, 100, 200% kwa kitu yenye wanaongezea bei. For example, kulikuwa na ukirarua karatasi fulani ya notice kwa gari, fine ilikuwa shilingi 200, ukidamage ilikuwa 200, ukingoa ilikuwa 500, kitu kama hiyo. Sasa imetoka kutoka shilingi 200 hadi shilingi 1,200. Hiyo yenye kwa na charge shilingi 500 imetoka kutoka 500 hadi shilingi 1,500,000. Mpaka siku moja Millie Odhiambo akauliza Ishungwa kama na kuanga wazimu kwa sababu how do you even explain kutoa a fine of 200 to 200,000? Saizi wanatoa charge yenye ilikuwa I think ilikuwa 1,500 there about to 20,000. I can equally join Millie Odhiambo and ask, are these guys mental? You know, kuna wazimu mahali ama shida iko wapi?
Shida iko na ni kubwa, kwa sababu hawa watu walikuwa wanafikiria Kenya kuna pesa mingi sana, lakini sio hivyo ilivyo. And let me tell you, Jax, Kibaki wakati alikuwa elected in 2002, if I'm not wrong, ilikuwa 202. Kibaki the first 5 years alifanya kazi na ikaonekana amefanya kazi. Re-election yake ilikuwa ngumu. Sahizi William Ruto, regardless ni nani atakuwa competitor wake, atakuwa na kibarua kigumu sana ku retain presidency. Yes, hivyo ndivyo vile mimi naweza nikakwambia. Hata tutiulize mbona wanachukua pesa mingi, Kenyans are poor, na inajulikana uchumi yetu imelala chini. Uchumi sio eti uchumi ndio inalala, watu hawana pesa. The more you tax them, wanakungojea kwa ballot. They will show you dust. And in fact, hawa watu ambao sisi tunaongea, sisi ndio tutapiga kura. Na sisi ndio wengi. Hata wale mahaslas wote ambao wamesaulika watakumbukwa hiyo wakati. Na tuliambiwa watu wanawekewa pesa kwa mfuko. Sasa inatolewa kwa mfuko, sio kuwekewa. Yes.
Ilikuwa inaitwa pesa mfukoni. Sasa we unasema ilikuwa iweke kwa mfuko, ilikuwa itolewe kwa mfuko.
Saizi inatolewa. In fact ni opposite. Yes. Yeah.
Na huyu mwananchi ambaye ameongezwa kodi, ameongezwa kila kitu, anatozwa kila kitu, imeongezwa gharama, mshahara yake imeongezeka kweli?
Unajua Jex, huu ndio kweli. Wananchi wa Kenya hawategemei mshahara. Hata wale ambao wanalipwa mshahara, wengi wao ni wakulima ama ni wafanyabiashara. So hiyo ushuru yenye huwa wanatolewa inatokana na bidii yao, sio watu ambao wameajiriwa Kenya na wenye hawajaajiriwa ni wagani wengi, but mambo ya ushuru inawa affect wote. So au watu wote, kuna kitu moja penye mahali watakutana na wataungana hapo mbele. Wakati wa uchaguzi itakapofika, they will make their voice and it will be heard, na kila mtu ataisikia. It will be very soundy wakati huo ikifika. Ndio watu watajua hakuna kazi ilikuwa inafanywa. Kwa saizi mwananchi ameheshimu uamuzi wote ule ambao umetolewa, lakini already wame make decision in 1 year, so wanangoja. Yes. Ni kungojea tu. Mwananchi ataumia kwa saizi na atavumilia. Hiyo pesa watalipa wengi wale watalipa, lakini William Ruto needs no competitor. Anybody who will face him, afadhali huyo. Afadhali huyo.
Interesting observation. Leo, I don't know if you agree with Simba. Simba anasema ya kwamba that William Ruto needs no competitor. In any case, he himself is his own distraction, and amejidetonate that what is happening now will be the reason for unity of purpose come 2027, and it might be what sends him home. Do you agree with such sentiments?
Okay. Good evening, Jax and Siba and Neta. Sorry, I think initially when I joined, I got some power interruptions. And once I get interrupted my internet too. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome all those people who are viewing and watching this talk show tonight. Indeed, it's a great honor for people to take their time and listen to us as we try to talk to them and also to join us in this conversation. Secondly, allow me wish Kenyans, I know it is just about an hour from now, we are going to be celebrating the 60th Jamhuri Day, meaning since we were granted self-governance and independence, we've been in this thing on our own for the last 60 years. So we are past half a century. We're only remaining with the less than half for us to maybe realize a century. And as a country, we need to start looking at what have we achieved for the last 60 years. Where were we in 1963 or 1964 at such a moment, and where are we today? So we can start to look at things like maybe if you look at the health, have we improved our health facilities, and how do we determine this? We can only know that when we know maybe the mortality rate and the death rates and the life expectancy, which the health experts will say that we've not achieved that much, because you'll find that the life expectancy as it sits currently has been reduced than before. Before we used to bury the old, but currently we are burying young people. So some of the causes of death are things like joblessness, giving stress, depression, people dying out of poverty and such kind of things. So we don't have something that we can celebrate in the 60th Jamhuri Day. When we look at the poverty level, at independence, and these were some of the major things that people were saying that, okay, I'm told Mzee Jomo Kenyatta promised they were going to fight ignorance, poverty, and some diseases. But up to date, we are still fighting the same malaria that used to kill people in 1960s is what is still killing people because of poor health facilities. Up to now, people are still ignorant. So but that one brings me back to the question that you've given me, that do I agree with Simba telling me that William Ruto doesn't need a competitor, that he destroyed himself, and this one will work against him. And maybe the happenings of today is going to shape Kenyan voters, maybe the voting pattern in 2027. I think I disagree with that. I've participated in elections in Kenya, and I think the more things change, the more time changes, the more maybe things remain the same. Kenyans, I think we've not matured and we've not reached at a situation whereby our elections, our politics are determined by maybe some are shaped by the economical situation or are shaped by the leadership skills of individuals. Our voting still remains that the major voting block that we have is a tribe. That is number one. And number two, we also have some votings based on emotions and some short-term happiness or some short-term excitements, like short-term promises that people are being given. So Simba, I'm sorry to tell you that don't get surprised that when elections are called today, forget about 2027, because between now and 2027 is a long time for things to change. Things might be worse today by design, because we know nothing happens as an accident. Things are made to happen. It might be that the Kenya Kwanza are designing. They know if they start it on a higher level, people will be able to see that, okay, these people have not done anything towards the end. So they first of all have to suppress you. After they've suppressed you and made you weak, the weak of the weakest, then after that, they'll now try to say that, okay, we are now trying to do something. We are now trying to do something, and this one will change your belief, and you will now see that they are working. So they could not do it. They found that the economy was a bit stable. So how do they show that they are working? They destabilize the economy. Like you find a house that has already been built. So for you to show that you're working, you deconstruct the house and you start building afresh. That is what is actually happening. So don't get surprised in 2027 that the same people who are complaining that life is not good, that they were given a raw deal, they're the ones who are going to vote the same William Ruto. And I'm not a prophet, or I'm not saying that I'm giving up, but I can tell you, in 2027, I still see Ruto getting elected, not because he's going to satisfy people's needs, or because he's going to fulfill the campaign promises, but it is because of the kind of the voter that we have. We have a Kenyan voter who is used to making mistakes. Then after making mistake, they go and complain. We know the right thing to do. We know the right way, but we intentionally decide to ignore the right thing. We intentionally decide to go and hold the fire using our hands, then again start complaining that our hands have been burnt, we look for medication. So that is the kind of the voter that we're having in this country. So not unless something happens in the remaining 4 or 3 years, we have voters change their brains, maybe they revolutionize their brains and start thinking abroad, then nothing is going to change. We are still going to have the same people on the ballot paper. And I can tell you, as a matter of fact, William Ruto is still going to win. So you know whether how he wins, that one, I know. You're in Africa. Winning means he's going to be declared a winner. So whether he will win or he will not win, but at the end of the day, he's still going to ensure that he gets declared a winner. Look at the narrative they've started now. Give us 10 years, 5 years is not enough. And they've started it early enough. The same narrative they started, hustler narrative, and people are like, oh, you see hustler ni matusi, usikubali kuitwa hustler, until people started identifying with that. So there are some people who've now seen that, okay, there's some sense. 5 years is not enough. Okay, let us give him another 10 years. So we have a lot to do as voters. We have a lot to do as Kenyans. We have to change our mindset. Hii ni ile kitu tulizaliwa nayo kwa akili. So kuibadilisha sisi wenyewe kwa ngumu kubadilisha akili yetu, lakini tunaweza badilisha akili ya wale watoto ambao tunawalea saa hii. So the change that we are yearning in this country will realize it in the next 20 years. But the next 2 elections, the voting bloc will still remain the same. We'll still be voting. Number 1 will be my tribe. Number 2 will be the short-term promises have been given or the emotions. That is it. Nothing is going to change soon. Thank you.
Okay, I see my good friend. Huyu anafaa apewe zawadi ya kuwa jamaa anayejua kujificha. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Captain Keep. Good to see you my brother. Nimekuona ukinitafuta maeneo fulani wa fulani, lakini zaidi ya yote karibu sana. Vipi kakaangu, kwa aje?
Bariano.
Tuko salama.
Bwana, hizi machine zinanisumbua. Unaona hata naingia na simu, najaribu kuingia na hii machine nyingine inakataa. Sijui mnaingiza aje.
Inakufanyia ile kitu.
Haikai, inakataa hata muonekani.
Uzuri wewe hauko Kenya, kwa hivyo
wewe
sema
tunakuona vizuri, tunakusikiza vizuri, sasa usijali
Ni
kutuona.
simu. Natumia simu lakini nikijaribu kutumia hii haiingii. Naona. Mimi nasikizanga tu kama show zimepita. Nasikizanga huyu leo Nyabaya akiita Australia. Kashangaa, kwani kuna shida ya matamshi?
Waambia watu wa Australia waite Nyansiongo. Uniambia watahitaji Nyansiongo.
Wale wako karibu na hiyo area ndio watatuambia.
Tuendeleeni na show kwanza. Tutakuja kwa hizo tu saa hizi. But zaidi ya yote tumefurahi sana kukuona. Uko vipi?
Mimi niko salama wazee, karibuni sana. Nashukuru sana mmenikaribisha. Nilikuwa nashangaa ulienda na show.
Ndio hii show yako, show kali imekuja. Na subscribe to Afric 24, and even you our viewers watching us, kindly subscribe to Afric 24. Make this your number 1 channel. Karibu sana. Nieleze umeendelea aje? Natumai bado una support William Ruto.
Hiyo ni miaka 800 bwana. Sasa hiyo ni swali ya kuuliza. Ona huyu jamaa unauliza nini wewe? Huyo jamaa bwana
huyo jamaa venye endelea pole.
Huyo jamaa bwana, sasa unajua hakuna option nyingine ile tungefanya, kwa sababu there was no any other person who was to compete with Raila Odinga. Even the other day you heard of Kimani Ichung'wah telling Kalonzo Musyoka kama Raila hata yeye mwenyewe sasa atasimama ashindane naye. There is nobody who can beat William Ruto. It's only Raila Odinga. You see, when it comes to
how comes that didn't happen in 2022? In 2022 that is. How comes he didn't do that? Ama Chebukati alifanya ile kitu?
No, how could it not happen? And yet they were the ones who are forming the government.
Okay.
You see now you people where you are getting lost in politics. Like sai umeona Mbai, huyu Nimrod Mbai amesema anataka kuanzisha chama yake ya kuunganisha Wakamba alafu wapelekwe kwa William Ruto. Na unajua huyo ni mbunge wa UDA. Kumaanisha sasa mkishatengeneza ile kiota ya nyumba mnaishi wote ndani, kuna watoto wengine wataamua kuondoka kwa ile nyumba wajipange. Sasa hiyo mambo ya 2022 hakuna vile Kimani Ichung'wah angeenda kutafuta nyumba ingine, because walikuwa kwa nyumba yote pamoja. Lakini overall anyway, what I know in this 2027 itakuwa a very tough one. Itakuwa ngumu. Itakuwa ngumu sana.
For William Ruto or for who?
Even for Raila Odinga. Some people like even me, I might be in the ballot for presidency. You don't know. You never know.
Hata wewe unataka kuwa rais?
Kwani ni swali? Kwani wewe utakosa kunipigia kura? Wewe utapiga kwingine na tuko na wewe hapa? Kama utanipigia kura
itabidi umeniingisha box. Lakini zaidi ya yote nimefurahi sana kukuona. Sasa wacha nikujuze, najua kwenye huko ujui stories za Kenya sana. Acha nikukumbushe jinsi huku tunaishi
Yes.
Sasa stima imepotea mara ingine tena. Huyu jamaa wetu tunayempenda sana tunamuita Chilchil. Amefanya ile kitu. Amefanya ile kitu.
Sasa wacha nikukatishe from there.
Nikatishe unieleze shida iko wapi.
Nyinyi wenyewe hamujui historia ya stima. Sisi ndio tunajua historia ya stima na tumelia not only in this platform but on other different platforms tukijiuliza mbona mtu sio chuki na staki ikuwe ni kama I don't want it to be like in an hatred speech or whatever, but it's a fact that in any ministry where these people they are given the ministry from my own tribe, the Kalenjin people, they misuse that ministry. You remember before even we go for elections, Charles Gader was there. What happened? And we are continuing nursing the injuries of Charles Gader. Now the worst are coming in. You see? And they are the same people. They are the same my people. That is why I'm telling you, we've been discussing in other platforms. Kwani hao watu wanataka ikuje isemekane ya kwamba kuna tribe tulipatia serikali siku moja, kuna tribe tulipatia ministry was wizara fulani walimaliza kabisa. What is this surely? You know Jex, eh?
From where you sit Kalenjins wanajichomea. Not that this is a tribal show.
Of course. It's not a tribal show. I'm saying that in English so that even the Facebook community can understand what I mean. The said ministry have been led by my own tribe, and you see what's happening right now. The whole JKIA bwana, they get to Africa in a leak maji. Tunavumilia kuleak maji, tunaambiwa iko na power backup, sijui backup battery. Let me put it in English. We have batteries that even when the electricity is out of the control, the battery can work. But yesterday, what happened? What happened, surely? Even some of us, even we fear to tell people we come from Africa and more so Nairobi. And by the way, people, let me tell you, they don't know even Kenya. When you tell somebody I come from Kenya, I tell you, Kenya, where is Kenya? I don't know what is Kenya. But they know Nairobi only. You tell them now I come from Nairobi. They know, I know Nairobi. But Kenya, they don't know what is Kenya. You understand? So now it is becoming a very hard task for some of us to explain ourselves, because you'll find somebody is telling you, oh, I'm from Kenya yesterday. There was no even electricity in the whole airport. What will you say in front of the people? What will you say?
So, unasikia aibu tu.
Unabeba kabisa yote, sio kusikia. Unasikia kwa masikio na unabeba kwa mgongo. Unaona?
Unaibeba kwa mgongo.
Alafu tunakuja kuona hapa ati sijui we are just taking everything to be in control, eh? Ati sijui in 2 years time everything will be okay. Oh, in 2 years time. How? How in 2 years time? How for sure? You know, even some people, there are some people who forced us. There are some people, and I'm saying that just even for record, there are some people who forced us to think twice and fought for William Ruto, even though we were not even to vote for William Ruto. William Ruto was coming home and telling us, Mount Kenya wamenikubali. Nyinyi ni nani mnanikataa?
Okay.
You
so
see?
Who was your
What will
option?
you say? Where will you vote? Now,
who was the option that you had?
You know the whole home wamenikubali. Who are you to refuse? Are you getting me?
Yeah.
Are you are refusing? Na nimeleta watu coast mzima ni UDA, huko Nyanza yote ni yellow, nimeweka rangi ni yellow. Alafu sasa nikikuja nyumbani hapa ni mnanisumbua. What will you say for sure? Okay. But you know, for me, hapana, no. I'm thinking twice. I'm thinking not even twice. I'm thinking more than twice. If it is thrice, I can think twice.
So it's official, you are no longer that guy who alikuwa mfuasi sugu wa none other than Samoei Ruto.
Bado mimi ni mfuasi wake, lakini sio sugu. But kama atakubali tumchape panel beating kidogo namna hii, ashike laini, bas we will continue kuwa sugu. Lakini saa hii ni finje. Naona 50-50 yani.
Now Murkomen, if now we talk of, because when umeleta hiyo aspect, so allow me to continue from where you have brought that aspect. Murkomen says kuna mtu anataka kumsabotage. His counterpart jamaa anaitwa Cherargei anasema Murkomen should be fired. Why? Kwa sababu the first time it happened, kuna mse alimwaga job. It has happened again, and yesterday was the third time. And he was saying, wakati hiyo airport kulinyesha, aliunda committee ya kuangalia kwa nini airport inanyesha. So as per Cherargei, his words were, this guy, the best he does ni kuunda committees, tukanana, kuvaa expensively, but hana performance, is incompetent. So he was advising the president to fire this guy. From where you sit, of course, I'm not asking you to dive into the war between Cherargei and Murkomen, but do you agree with the sentiment that someone should go home for such serious incompetence?
Jakes and Nyabaya is there. Let me ask you one question in the name of answering your question. You see, if I ask you, was Murkomen fit person to be in the minister of roads, or even any ministry?
I don't know, because the president knows better.
I think I can help you answer that.
Hiyo niruhusu nijibu. Hiyo niruhusu nimujibu captain.
Mimi naweza mjibu.
Hiyo nitakujibu.
Okay, so let's start with you, Simba. Simba, what do you think?
Number one, captain, wacha tuongee haya mambo vile yalivyo. Despite kuwa kwamba kuna challenge in the community, Murkomen comes from the Elgeyo Marakwet community, and now Cherargei comes from Nandi. So superiority yenye iko hapa between the Nandis and the Marakwets inaletwa kwa national politics, but captain hawezi ongea hiyo hivyo. So they only want to stick on that. Yani ni kama kulazimisha William Ruto to sack Murkomen. Lakini kumbuka kwamba hizo kura za Marakwet pia ziliwasaidia. So Murkomen afanye kazi yake miaka 5 vile alipewa. Mvumilie hivyo.
Umemaliza jibu?
What do you mean kuvumilia hivyo?
Okay. Let me help you.
Ngoja, Nyabaya kidogo.
Yes, okay.
Let me ask Simba Netaya. Are you still in the mood of campaign, or we are trying to pick up Musasa, the current government? Because when you tell us that we are still fighting as Kalenjins in the name of Nandi and Marakwet, we are taking us back to campaigning mood. Whereby I can tell you, bro, Murkomen is just a senator. Was just a senator the other day making noise in Senate. I don't know what William Ruto considered, or what was the documents William Ruto was using to select the ministers. Murkomen is just a young boy like me. Ketorasla, si tunaiba ng'ombe huko, alafu anakuja anapewa kuwa minister. Just a very young person, hata anashinda na maswali. Alafu unakuja kutuambia ati anapigana na Wanandi. Nandi is even are better people than those Marakwet. No, bro, no, hapana. Mnatanganya sisi hapo.
I think the response will bring some peace. Cattle rustler, that's so serious. So Jackson,
those are rustlers wanaiba mang'ombe huko na manini. Alafu anakuja anapewa kuwa minister. What has he done in Marakwet County? What has he done?
Okay.
Now Jackson umepata jibu.
Being appointed to be a speaker, to be the minister, what did he do as a senator? Tell me. Don't keep quiet.
I think Murkomen was a majority leader in the Senate.
No, I mean at home. No, leave alone the Senate and Nairobi and things. Nyumbani alifanya nini ushago kwao? Iko.
Mimi hiyo ndio sababu nikapeana hiyo jibu. Ndio sababu nimepeana hiyo jibu. Kuna ile superiority complex between the Nandis and the Marakwet.
But bro, Simba, let me tell you, It is better for Nandis even to be superior because walipita ile harakati ya kuibiana ng'ombe. Sisi sasa tuibiane ng'ombe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Tunaishi na kina Nyabaya. Hawa ni majirani wetu hapa chini. Hakuna wizi ya ng'ombe. Wanaleta ng'ombe pale ile Nandi Forest wana grace pale, kila mtu anachukua ng'ombe yake. Saa zingine inakuja muskil kidogo, but wale wazee wa Wajaluo na wale wazee wa Nandi wanajua kuitatua. Lakini pale wanashindia kuiba ng'ombe day and night. Since when I was still young, saa hii ndio hii mimi naseeka, naomba Mungu aniongezee 20 tu niishi hapa kidogo, bado ng'ombe inaibiwa. That's wrong.
So, Captain, there's this gentleman, when they presented the list of the cabinet secretaries for vetting and approval, the minority, the former minority leader and the ODM chairman, John Badi, he really gave a clinical description of these people. And I think I just want to listen carefully. You are going to locate your Murkomen. Actually, he noted what you say, that Murkomen doesn't have the experience to run that ministry, but being somebody he viewed as somebody, an intellectual, he can take time and learn. So maybe the problem is that he not learned. And according to him, what happened, William Ruto did not appoint cabinet secretary based on maybe their qualifications. He appointed the 2027 campaign managers, the regional campaign managers. I'll just play for you this one shortly, then you'll get to know the reality. We were warned, we were told these things.
Mr. Speaker, I have also mentioned that Honorable Duale, I think everybody has been speaking about how Duale has the work ethics. Duale has been majority leader for about 7 years. He has served even as assistant minister. We also, I agree that Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen is versatile. He may not have the experience in that ministry that he has been charged with, but he is versatile. I know he can adopt. There are others like Ludo Wallo, people who have not worked in government, but through experience in terms of consultancy, he can get into that ministry and perform. 2 years, I can't overemphasize. Kithure Kindiki, misplaced, but intelligent enough, he can adjust. Speaker Muturi, I am sure, will deliver. But Mr. Speaker, looking at this cabinet in totality, I have my fears. We are approving, if we do approve, we are approving a cabinet that is not so competent. We are approving a cabinet that I think the mindset of the appointing authority was not on service delivery. This is not a cabinet that is going to bring economic revolution in this country. This is not a cabinet that is going to have Kenya take off from a middle-income economy. This is a cabinet that lacks competence, integrity in many aspects. So what was informing the appointment of these members to the cabinet? If you can have Aisha Juma tasked with the responsibility of reforming our civil service, which has challenges, I fear that is not something that is going to work. This is a cabinet that was informed by political expediency. The president has actually appointed 2027 campaign managers, regional campaign managers. The president is simply telling us that we give him a cabinet that is not going to function because he's ready to run the entire government system, machinery and structure from State House using advisors. Otherwise, we would not have a cabinet that we have today. The cabinet is deficient in terms of academic, in terms of professional competence, in terms of experience, in terms of integrity. Many people with cases. Look at the case of Davis Chirchir, Mr. Speaker. This is the same gentleman who was removed from office in 2015. Removed from office on matters of corruption. This gentleman, how many Kenyans, if you ask them today, would remember that he was holding the docket of energy? Very few, meaning he left no impact in that ministry. And then you are leaving a lady you have already appointed to the cabinet called Rebecca Miano, who has enough experience, expertise, knowledge, capacity to run the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order from Chief Konga.
What is the point of order? It's just argument. Point of argument, wasting my time.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Mbadi knows that I know the law. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 83, as read together with Standing Order number 91, on the accuracy of your information. Mr. Speaker, would it be in order for Honorable Mbadi, who has been sitting in this house, he knows that Mr. Chirchiri was never charged in any court of law. He was removed in a very capricious manner. He cannot quote any case here. He is just bringing some market talk from outside. Mr. Speaker, he is under an obligation to be accurate. If he thinks that somebody is corrupt, he should give us. In any event, you had the government the last time. You should have charged him in a court of law. But you cannot just come and engage in a market talk here, in a serious house, Honorable Mbadi. For goodness sake, please, quote a case in which Honorable Chirchir has been convicted or has been charged with an offense.
Honorable Mbadi.
You know, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chepkonga is lucky that Chepkut is no longer there. He would lose in the next election. Mr. Speaker, the threshold, Mr. Speaker, the threshold under Chapter 6 is higher than cases being in court and such like, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the threshold for approval in this House, we are not a court of law. In this House, we are approving you based on your capacity to hold office. Look at the lady Penina. She is being disapproved simply because she could not talk properly in the committee. And you are telling me that a name that has been brought here by none other than the president as having been mentioned in matters corruption, that person is as clean as cotton. Mr. Speaker, let us be serious. Even if, and I've never been in government except in 2008 to 2013 when I was in Nusumukati government. I have never been in government since that time, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, we have a choice to make either decision to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Let us not interfere with it. We give it to him. He has asked for it. Let us give him his cabinet. We know he's going to run the government from State House. These are not people who can run a government. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will oppose most of the names.
I think that is where we started it. We got it wrong. We started on a wrong foot. We were designed to fail. And don't get surprised.
But there are things that he's saying that he kind of predicted accurately, on point. One, that these guys won't deliver, literally. And I don't know, but from where I sit, I almost ask, was it not a prophecy that these guys won't deliver? And true to his word, they haven't. Simba Nyabaya, from that clip, what do you make of the sentiments from John Badi?
I think hapo ndio mali mimi niliongelea from the word go. Ingawa Nyabaya aliniambia elections in Kenya zinakuwa determined na tribes, sio performance ya any government. Now, we have these non-performing ministers in terms of cabinet secretaries, kwamba for the next 5 years, now remaining 3, kwa sababu the last year ni ya campaign, watakuwa na which scorecard to show to Kenyans? Ni numbers za kabila zao. Hizo ndio zitafanya. And by the way, mimi hata nilikuelezea vizuri, hata Kibaki ran a good government in after winning 202 general election. When it came to 2007, 2008, for re-election, any president for re-election in Kenya, haitakuwa walk in the park. William Ruto hahitaji competitor, and this is my words, hahitaji competitor. It's only the regrouping ambayo itakuwa ya opposition, then ndio ita decide who will be the president, not even mambo ya tribe. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering. Anyway, I don't know kama itakuwa ni mambo ya kabila ndio sina regroup. Sijui vizuri kama hiyo itakuwa ni strategy in 2027. I doubt.
Okay. Now, Nyabaya, from where you sit, there's very damaging and even serious sentiments coming from John Badi that are almost true. That if you now compare his words then and now, it's almost someone who saw today and spoke yesterday. He said so many interesting sentiments concerning Murkomen, for example, concerning Chilchil. And he said he was fired because of corruption and, of course, incompetence. I thought ukifutwa job alafu upewe second chance, you really give your very best. But voila, what is happening? We are having outages one after the other. In a series of 3 months, this has happened. And at times it goes on for several, of course, Timu Potea. But he inaenda for several hours and not in selected places in the entire republic. What do you make of him? Is he someone who has learned from the past, or that is him? That is the kind of person that he is. Someone who will never deliver, always complain and pass the blame to others, never point a finger upon him, on himself rather. What do you think, sir?
You know, they say the leopard doesn't change its spots, huh? Chirchir was in the same ministry. And Mbadi told you very well, if you ask somebody if they remember Chirchir being in the Ministry of Energy, few Kenyans will remember that. Simply because he never left a mark. He never did anything remarkable that people could remember him with. If today you ask somebody, which ministry did Dr. Fred Matiang'i hold? Even kids will tell you Matiang'i was in the Ministry of ICT. Matiang'i was in the Ministry of Education. Matiang'i was in the Ministry of Interior. And Matiang'i was the Chief Minister, a position that is held by Mudavadi, but nobody is feeling Mudavadi. So, simply because when Matiang'i was in ICT, that is the time we had something called the digital migration, and we would sing hatutaki analog, tunataka digital. It happened. And people who are saying that, oh, we will not stop using those, we will not buy the decoders and everything, found themselves complying. When Matiang'i went to the Ministry of Education, we saw stoppage of stealing of exam leakage and maybe pilferage in the examination. And people who did examination during that time, whenever you ask them, what did you score? They'll tell you, mimi nimepata C, lakini ni C ya Matiang'i. So they will add C ya Matiang'i to tell you that there's some credibility attached to that C ya Matiang'i. When Matiang'i went to the Ministry of Interior, that's the time we saw tremendous changes in the Ministry of Interior. We saw changes in the police service, even though it hasn't been actualized really, but we saw a lot of changes. Police started becoming friendly, and there was a little bit of efficiency and even infrastructure. The same happened to Magoha for the shortest time that he managed to enjoy during the handshake, whatever, for those 2 years when he was the Minister of Education, and people can even trace him back to UON and trace him back to when he was at the helm of NEC. What happens to the William Ruto cabinet secretaries? None of them can be remembered. Number one, they are so confused in that they don't know their duties. If somebody asks you who is the minister or cabinet secretary of agriculture or who is the cabinet secretary of transport, you are unlikely not to be able to know them because they are working randomly. They don't have job descriptions. They don't know their duties. They don't believe in themselves. Even the employer doesn't trust them. You find Minister of ICT, dealing with the distribution of food and things to do with Ministry of Agriculture. You find a Minister of Livestock receiving guests at the airport. You find the Minister of Roads is the one who is going to receive the Harambee Stars when they are from games and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of confusion. These people were given some roles that they don't qualify to. Save for the few that maybe we believe that are going to adapt, meaning they were not qualified, but there are some that people thought that, okay, because of their intellectual levels, they will be able to adapt. So what Ruto really did was really wrong. The people who are intellectual enough, he gave them ministries that did not match their roles. Imagine Kithure Kindiki is given a Ministry of Interior. Yes, he's bright, he's sharp, but that one is not his line of duty. That one is not his profession. They did not learn from Mwai Kibaki, whereby you find that Anyang' Nyong'o, they tell him, and this guy called Oparanya, you people understand the matter of economics and planning, all of these ministry. They tell somebody, you understand matters of education, all of these ministries. So there's no specialization. So we're having people wenye wanafanya kazi ya mkono. Uko na akili, wewe umesomea kuendesha gari, lakini wanakupatia pale pesa, kazi yako wewe utakuwa, kazi yako itakuwa ni receptionist pale. So in other words, there's somebody who will still, the juniors who are there, you'll still have to depend on those juniors. And because of maybe people don't want to lower themselves and such like things. So you find that the government is not working totally. If William Ruto is out of the country, everything stops. And William Ruto has not been in the country. So that is what is affecting this country. When he's out of the country, everything stops. Everybody is waiting for him to assign them duties, to tell them what to do. They're even waiting for the president to come and tell them that, we need to repair the leaking roof in the airport. They're waiting for the president to come and tell them that, you see, this generator is not working. Can we do something about it? They're waiting for the president to come and see if Harambee Stars can be kitted and maybe be allowed to travel. So we are really in a mess. We are really in a mess, but I believe it is a mess by design. Nasikia Captain Keep akisema Ruto akikubali kupigwa panel beating abadilike. That one is not happening. Hataweza kubadilika, and things are getting out of hand. So the only people who can save this country is the Kenyan voter. That is the only power that we remain with. We don't have parliament. Our parliament is ineffective. Our court is currently left for the rich. So the executive has turned to be rogue. So ni sisi kwa sisi sasa.
Okay. And if I may ask you, and I ask you with all humility, at what point do we say that now we can blame William Ruto? Because now we're only blaming the CS, but the buck stops with the president. Eventually, if there is any success, it will be for the regime. If there is any failure, it will be for the regime. When we say Churchill is not performing, can we equally say William Ruto is not performing?
Jax, when you take a contract of maybe building a house, you are the contractor. If anything happens wrong in this house, you are the one the owner knows. You are the one the owner will have to come to. People did not elect Murkomen. They elected Murkomen as a senator. And when he left that seat, they elected somebody else. People did not elect Churchill. People elected William Samoei Ruto. So these are the people that you see were appointed by William Ruto. So they are reporting directly to William Ruto. They're not reporting to us. We cannot fire them because we did not elect them, though I know they are through our representatives, we can do it in parliament. But the person who can directly maybe interdict them for anything they do wrong is William Ruto. So all these cries, all these complaints, we need to direct it to the person that we saw his name on the ballot. That is William Ruto. The one who will go and ask their workers, I sent you to do this, why didn't you do it? So we cannot go to Murkomen. We don't know how Murkomen got himself there. So William Ruto is the appointing body. That is why whenever these things happen, you see people telling the president that you need to reshuffle, you need to sack, you need to fire, you need to do what. So it's the one that we are going to blame. And if until they tells you the president is comfortable with their work. The president is really pleased with what they are doing. That is why they've still been allowed to be there. So you are complaining, but the person who appointed is not having any problem with them.
Bwana Captain, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Whenever someone is arrested, like we saw Margaret is it Nyakanga or
Nyakango.
Nyakango. Okay. When we saw her arrested, we saw the Kisii members of parliament come out and say mtu wetu anateswa. If tomorrow someone from Kenya Power, someone from the ministry are arrested, especially, or even the cabinet secretary are arrested, will we see Kalenjin saying mtu wetu anateswa? When should we start allowing someone to take full responsibility of the crimes, of their mistakes, of their wrongdoings? Because some of these things are almost tantamount to economic sabotage. They are equally almost tantamount to economic crimes. So someone needs to pay for this. So if tomorrow someone is arrested, will we have some group say, oh, this guy is being targeted because he comes from our community, or this person is being targeted because she is a woman?
I think Jakes, you are going far, and I see you are trying to add Roiko and all those spices to your question. But I can answer you very, very simply and very simple that even the 5 years term that they want to go to for referendum to be increased to 7 years, we want it to be made 3 years. We are Nilots, and we are not only Nilots, we are the Highland Nilots. Down there from this screen now, down there, you put your president there, not yet Uhuru, and Nyaba is down for you. He's a River Lake Nilot. For me, I'm an Highland Nilot, and I'm telling you from the Nilot part side, we need even presidency to be 3 years. These things of telling us 5 years, we are tired. And
so
John Badi miaka 5 mingi sana bana. Hata mimi ndapata hiyo muda siku gani Yesu atashuka kama sijakuwa president.
Okay.
And John Badi answered Chepkwanga very well that he is lucky because Chepkut is no longer there. I don't want to put it anymore. And also I'm also telling him that you are lucky. Chepkut is not there. You are supposed to be out of that parliamentary whatever by all means. He's telling us nonsense about Chirchir that we don't want. There is nothing we can be told about Chirchir before we are told about what this person who wanted to govern in Kericho. What's the name? Is this guy Charles Keter? We need to be told what he did on these things we call kununua token. Alifanya nini? Tunajaribu kuvumilia token, ndio hii tena na mwingine amekuja kuharibu zaidi. Where are we heading to?
So Wakale, and I don't want to really sound tribal here, but from where your argument seems to sound as though you are blaming a community. Where my question is, you are blaming a community, and when the community, if someone is arrested, the community as well will say we are targeted. So now, which is which?
I've answered you, Jakes, this way. Even my people, you have seen them online saying, we even don't want these 5 years. We need only 3 years. From Eldoret itself. Even Abaya, you can get those clips. You can play. They need 3 years. They even don't want 5 years. You see? In fact, you are the one, you are taking us back.
We go for elections. They want us to do an election next year.
Every 3 years, we do an election. In fact, even that is what even me I want.
3 years is anything to go by. We are talking of an election next year.
Of course, there is no problem on that.
Okay.
Because look here, Jakes. What made to be 5 years? Who forced it to be 5 years? Why not 1 year? Why not 10 years? And yet we came to accept. Even these 3 years we can accept.
Okay,
you understand?
Interesting.
We can accept. There is nowhere we are forced to be. We are fixed that it is supposed to be 3 years or 5 years. If not 5 years, you will die the next day. Where on earth?
Simba seems not to agree with you. Yes, Simba, talk to me.
Nafikiria Jex, the issue here is we are all in agreement that this government it's not a government for the people. In fact, the whole cabinet, hawa ni cartels, a group of cartels who sabotaged the last regime and they were rewarded. Hizo ministry vile John Mbadi aliwaelezea, that is exactly who they were in the first case. Secondly, issue ya Nyakango mwenye umeongelea and the community. There is no one single person from her community ambaye amejitokesha hata mmoja kutoa pendekezo lolote la kupinga kwamba yeye anatafutwa kisiasa. The thing is,
Wakisi, they had a parliamentary, I think even Leo can play that video for you. They came out and they spoke against her arrest.
Ni nani mmoja aliunga mkono?
Because I remember when this guy Osoro was talking, he was stopped.
Senator wa Kisii, kulikuwa na
Okongo Omogeni
was there. There was this guy called
Jexa, hujanielewa swali langu. Mwenye aliunga mkono kwamba kushikwa kwake ilikuwa ni sawa, kwamba alikuwa na makosa.
Watu wanasema hana makosa. That is what they are saying.
No. Osoro alisema kuna makosa. No. Osoro alisema kuna makosa.
Osoro was not in that caucus. Osoro alitoa press conference yake kivyake. But we are talking of this other team that came out and gave a presser of the same.
Unajua Osoro, wacha nikuelezee kitu moja. Osoro ukifika Kisii, yeye si Mkisii. Ni vile tu amechaguliwa huko. Lakini ukiuliza Mkisii, atakwambia huyo ni mbunge mmoja wa Mount Kenya mwenye amechaguliwa Kisii. That's my statement and take it.
What do you mean mbunge Mount Kenya?
Si ndio hivyo vile nimesema hivyo. Sina njia ingine ya kuexplain. I'm from Kisii. Mimi natoka Kisii and I'm telling you so what most people know. Yes. So ukitaka kujua vizuri uliza familia yake watakuelezea. Hiyo ni extra member of Mount Kenya mwenye amechaguliwa Kisii.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we are in the second hour, actually the second half hour. Wacha tuingie to a different topic now. Now this is in concerning our economy. Last week the CS for Treasury alikuja akasema Kenya is broke. We don't have money. We don't have enough funds to supply our CDF. We don't have funds to supply, like to release money meant for CDF, release money for our workers and all. So he painted a picture that was not so good, in as much as our economy is concerned. But the president jana, while in Kiambu, he was quick to bash him, or rather, he was quick to renege that statement and say, "Apana, we are doing well. The country is in the right trajectory. Tulikuta ikiwa pabaya ndio, lakini right now we are okay." Right? In fact, we were able to cover that in the morning because the Standard newspaper that had that as its headline. From where you sit, who do you believe? Do you believe the CS when he tells you the country is not doing well? Or do believe the president when the president says the country is doing well? So who do you believe in as much as the economy is concerned?
None of them.
Mm-hmm.
None of them. Mwananchi wa Kenya ndiye anajua economy
What involves
inafanya
the
ama
argument?
ifanye.
Aha.
Mwananchi wa Kenya. Yeah. The ordinary citizen.
Aha.
Huyo ndio anajua uchumi wake vile unampeleka. Hao wengine ni braggers.
From where you sit, do you think the economy is doing well? Umesema mwenye anajua ni mwananchi. I agree with you. So wewe kama mwananchi, uchumi iko vipi?
Uchumi haiko vizuri. Yes. Number one, tunategemea imports for production. Na you know, mahali imports ziko, we don't have dollars, so ndio sababu one, we reverse kutumia our Kenyan shilling kununua mafuta, which makes it too difficult ama expensive for even production kupik. Ni uchumi gani itafanya under that circumstances? That's why everything is expensive. Yes, very simple.
Okay.
Hiyo haitaji hata any economic explanation. Yeah.
Now, the president says that he found the country in a very bad state. From where you are right now, I don't know if you remember how Uhuru left. Was the country in a bad state?
Now, any president who comes in power, in his first speech, hajawahi sema amepata nchi ikiwa in a good state. Even that is what exactly Kibaki said. But alifanya nini? In 1 year, people saw changes. So, after 1 year and some few months, why are we still talking about ICU in this administration?
Okay.
So definitely,
even as we try to understand what we are discussing, yeah. Okay, here we go.
Economy, President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua are seemingly reading from a different script.
The president and his deputy are claiming that.
Now, even as the controller of budget paints a bleak picture of the country's economy, President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua are seemingly reading from a different script.
The president and his deputy are claiming that the country's economy was on a growth trajectory, contrary to confessions by their own Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, who just days ago declared that the government is broke. And as Nimrod Tabu reports, it is becoming a tale of two conflicting economies.
President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua attending two separate church services where they told Sunday worshippers that the state of the economy in the country is good.
Kuna vile Mungu amepanga. Kwa sababu unajua Mungu anasema hata kupatia mzigo na akose kukupatia uwezo wa kubeba hiyo mzigo.
Sasa hii uchumi tulikuta ICU, tumerekebisha ikaenda HDU, tumeng'ang'ana sasa iko kwa ward. Ikifika mwaka ujao ataenda nyumbani.
And in a moment of self-appraisal, President Ruto said he is glad to be the president during difficult times.
Mungu amenifanya nikawa na bahati ya kuwa kiongozi wa Kenya mambo yakiwa magumu, kwa sababu anaelewa atanipatia neema ya kuwezana na ugumu ama uzito wa uongozi wa taifa letu wakati huu. So we are going to make it as a people of Kenya.
Tulikuta huu mgonjwa anaitwa economy ya Kenya akiwa ICU. Na nyinyi mnajua mmekuwa na wagonjwa. Hakuna mgonjwa anaweza toka ICU aende direct mpaka nyumbani.
If we didn't have you as a Joseph of this country, we truly would not have the fortitude to bear that pain of discipline, even financial and fiscal discipline in our economy.
But while the head of state appears to paint a somewhat rosy picture as far as the economy is concerned, Treasury Cabinet Secretary Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, speaking during the public hearing of the budget-making process last week, warned Kenyans to brace themselves for tough times ahead, saying the country's financial crisis is rising to unimaginable levels.
So in a sense, we are struggling just to be on the same position. By the way, I can tell you, we are even having trouble with salaries. We are clearing salaries with arrears.
Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ile mambo ilikuwa msukosuko ilikuwa hapo ya uchumi, sasa uchumi yetu tumedhibiti. Our economy is now stable.
The Treasury boss called for austerity measures within government, including the suspension of any new development projects.
So we are going to ride over this, but in the meantime, we are just begging for a little bit of time. We are working 24 hours to make sure that we resolve this. And we want to make sure that how we resolve it also does not ignite sovereignty challenges.
But
Jex, unajua unatuweka hata vitu zingine hata sijui hata mimi. Mimi nashangaa sana. Hao watu wako Kenya.
Sio mimi. Hao
unaweka vitu zingine bwana inatushangaza sana.
One person is the boss, the other person is what do you call it? The other person is the employee. The employee says the country is not doing well. The employer says the country is doing well. Let me begin with Simba. Maybe the president hajapata proper briefing because maybe he's never in the country. So maybe the CS has not had the opportunity to fully brief him, of what is happening on the ground. Maybe the president is not really had you what is happening on the ground. So to him, he can be living in, is it called utopia? Yeah. So who is telling the truth? The president anasema ni kuko sawa, ile uchumi ilikuwa mbaya, sasa ni mzuri. The CS says we are struggling to pay the salaries. So who should we trust? Yes sir.
Unajua, kwa hiyo event niliangalia hiyo clip karibu ikaelekea mpaka mwisho. Wakati rais alikuwa anasema hayo mambo yote, kulikuwa na fundraiser hapo. Alikuwa amesema pesa yenye hii kanisa inahitaji ni 2 milioni. Na hiyo pesa wakafanya hesabu ikajaa na ikapita. So kwake uchumi si mbaya, kwa sababu hiyo pesa ikibebwa mwingine anatoa 4 milioni cash. The same na niliona tena the other time it was in Kericho, ambapo kulikuwa na event tena of the same Haron Cheruyot Cup, mahali ambapo niliona watu wamebeba pesa na mifuko. So hii uchumi ninaweza sema iko mzuri sehemu fulani za Rift Valley, sio sehemu zote. So it's okay kuna mahali uchumi ni mzuri na kuna mahali uchumi haifanyi Kenya mzima. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Na ukimsikiza rais anakaa kama anaongea ukweli, lakini
ukweli gani Jex? Ngoja kwanza Jex. Ukweli gani rais anaongea hapo? Akikwambia ati he is lucky to be the president when the economy is hiyo ni campaign na ameanza campaign ya 2027 ndio wakati wa campaign atawarudisha nyuma. Mnakumbuka nikiwaambia was lucky to be the president when the economy was bad and I have fixed it. Now I need another term. Mkwe na hesabu bana. Hizo ni mathematics hapo.
Simba amesema if economy inafanya vizuri, mwananchi hata hitaji kuambiwa, yeye mwenyewe atajua, atajionea kwa macho.
Yes.
Evident, Of
course. Yes.
So it will not need the president or the CS to tell us the economy is good. We can feel it. We are the ones who will say it. If the president performs or he doesn't, we, the mwananchi as per Simba, we are the ones who will mark his scorecard, right? So even if he tries to change the tactic, right? mwananchi hata sahau. Now let me ask you,
and by the way, Jax nataka nikufahamishe jambo moja. Unaona hii bunge yenye tuko nayo kwa saizi, let come 2027 ama any other time uchaguzi umeitishwa, hao watu wote kitawaramba. Wenye watarudi hapo labda 20. Kwa sababu hao watu wamesimamia upusi nyingi yenye imefanyika na kupitisha sheria ambazo asihusu mwananchi. Au ni flower girls ambao wako katika sherehe fulani, hata sio kuwakilisha mwananchi. Hakuna mtu ambaye amepeleka maoni na matakwa ya wananchi ndani ya hiyo bunge. Au wote wataenda nyumbani, wengi wao na majority. And in fact hata hiyo issue ya sijui ni Robert Mbai huyu wa Kitui East,
Nimrod.
Anyway, Nimrod Mbai. Vile ulisema eti wanaunda chama sijui walete watu. Anyway, kulingana na vile mimi naangalia na ninaangalia hiyo kitu ikienda hivyo, Nimrod Mbai and the likes, I'm telling you the wave yenye itapita Ukambani haitakuwa ya rais kupita eti Kalonzo ndiye atakuwa na beberusha bendera, but itakuwa ya kusavisha anything and anybody mwenye ataenda against Kalonzo. Only that.
Exactly. Hata umesema ukweli.
As much as I did not prepare for such kind of topics, but let me ask, so where you are, you think Kalonzo is the next big thing, eh? Yeye ndo ata create msukumo mkali.
Wacha ni kubring from where I sit. Azimio, the whole Azimio haina presidential candidate. And by the way, Raila Odinga is not running in 2027. So your guess is as good as mine.
But we are not sure of Raila if he is not running. It is still early. But what I can tell them, what I can tell Kalonzo Musyoka, what I can tell Raila Odinga, wachaneni na Uhuru na mujitokeze kivyenu muombe kura kwa wananchi. Wachaneni na Uhuru kabisa. Huyo mtu anawaingiza kwa shimo. That's what I can say.
Kwa sababu shida yenye iko na Wakenya wanataka tu mtu awadanganye kwamba mimi ndio nitawatoa kwa hii shida, sio kuambia ukweli, awadanganye tu basi.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Now bwana Captain, William Ruto umesema hahitaji opposition. He has already created an opposition for himself. Do you see Kalonzo creating a wave?
Bro, unajua ni mzuri tu tuambiane tu ukweli. Yaani kama Raila mwenyewe amewezwa na Ruto, sasa Kalonzo ni nani? Sometimes we have to tell ourselves facts. And you know again, Kalonzo sasa ni msoft. Ataibiwa vizuri. Wacha hii Raila anaibiwanga ama nini. Kalonzo sasa hata anaweza anzia 1 million, Ruto akiwa milioni 3 huko. Unaona? Atafika kweli. Sometimes unajua we have to speak facts, and tuwaje mchezo kidogo. Hawa watu wa Azimio wakijipanga vizuri, in fact they can make William Ruto to be one-term president kama wisi haitakuwa. Unaelewa?
So hawajajipanga vizuri from where you sit.
Wakijipanga vizuri saa hii vile tunaongea hivi, hii kiti ni yao vizuri kabisa, tena fresh. Lakini hii mchezo kidogo hii, mara mnaita Uhuru sijui anakuja kanisa, mara sijui mko wapi. Waachana na Uhuru, alimaliza tamu yake. Ombeni sisi kura kama wananchi, tutajua peke yetu venye tunapeana kura saa hii iende. Saa hii tumelimwa kabisa mpaka hata acha tu. Hata hatuwezi kuongea.
Kwa sababu yenye inafanya niongea haya mambo yote, Captain. How much was supposed to be a bag of maize? 90 kilos of maize. How much was it supposed to be?
20 kilos or 40 kg, the nini? 90
kilos.
90 kg, the gunia moja.
Yes.
When? Now or before?
Now.
You know, now of course it will be ranging like almost 3,000 to 4,000, eh? And the kilo mbili hiyo lazima ikuwe imeshuka mpaka chini ya 100 kwa sababu we are in a season of harvesting, you see. But you see
but
now
wakati,
yes,
wakati imeimport mahindi wameimport na pesa ngapi gunia moja?
Hata sikutaka kushughulika tena wakati nilisikia mambo ya importation tena imeingilia na walikuwa wanatuambia sijui njaa nini. Mimi nikaona hii njia hata hakuna haja sasa kuishi hapa. Ile mtu hata sasa ile ulisikia babu Wina alisema wacha hata kujinyonga, hata pesa ya kununua kamba ya kujinyonga hautakuwa naye.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm displaying on your screens now is tomorrow's the Standard newspaper, and what is making headlines and what they have chosen to be their headline is country in darkness. And you know, tomorrow is Jamhuri Day, but you can imagine when we are supposed to celebrate our Jamhuri Day, these are the stories, you know, because
Alex ameweka nini?
Just one moment. Now, this is what the Standard has on their culture. They're saying that Sunday national outage resulted in a huge loss for businesses, nightmare for hospitals without backup generators, and frustration for millions of homesteads. The Energy CS blamed the frequent blackouts on lack of investment and said rationing, especially in Western Kenya, will help, even as Road CS blames JKI power outage or power cut on sabotage. So that one will be informing your newspaper tomorrow. Now, these are the sentiments from David Churchill, and this is what he says. We know where the problem is, and we are addressing it. The gist of it is the lack of investment over a long time. We will be scheduling some load shedding in particular areas where lines are constrained. Now, from a quote from Kipchumba Murkomen, he said that assign a team of investigation. Of course, he was directing this to the DCI and the Inspector of Police, that he needs to assign a team of investigators to investigate this recent failure to ensure that these are not acts of sabotage, taking into account that JKIA is a facility of strategic national security. And with that headline from the newspaper, there is where I want to bring in Alex, Honorable Lex, into this conversation. I don't know if you're with me, Mr. Honorable. Are you there? Okay, even Alex is there. Now, Alex, yeah,
I'm here.
I think umefungua two apps.
Okay, let me see. I'm sorry if that is what is happening. Is it audible now?
Okay.
Okay.
No. You're audible, but we can hear ourselves.
Let me exit and come back right away.
Okay. Okay. But Simba, from where you sit, do you agree with what Murkomen is raising, that tunahitaji tufanye uchunguzi? The police should be involved. Yet the CS anasema shida ni overload. So polisi wanachunguza nini bwana, if the problem is known?
Is it better now?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. So Jex, let me play the first of all, let me say hi to everybody. It's always nice to converge here to make sure that not only we talk about our country, we deconstruct it. We are not here to cipher or falsify a government. Government should not be falsified because if we do so, there will never be service delivery. And when there's no service delivery, Mr. Jakes, it means that the whole country is reeling and bleeding. And when I say bleeding, Kenya is bleeding this week. Bleeding in that electricity or energy, which is a vital strategic thing. You know, energy is a weapon. Jakes, listen to me. Energy is a weapon. And it has been used as a weapon in Ethiopia when they did not win election. They cut the electricity for 2 weeks. Simu zikazima. And from that, kura haijawahi hesabiwa. So my question leads here, Jakes, and I want you to follow my trail. You hear that the issue of parastatus and privatization of parastatus has been very unpopular with even some people who are within the circle of the president. I think they have said there are some things that we should not do that. I come from a point of view that I like what Sheregai said. It was intentional sabotage so that they can tell us that we are not able to take care of some of the best and the most vital parastatal so that they can they can privatize them. Because how quick was that from privatization to countrywide what? Countrywide outage. Now, not only that, outage in the airport. And the worst part of it, Mr. Jakes, is that Chirchir, who is the Minister for Energy, is telling us he was a victim of that because he was also in the airport. He could not get his own luggage. He is following a trail that hata mimi nimesafa. But within them, these people have already sold our parastatus. They are trying to convince us that we are not able and capable to manage them. Therefore, some part of it must be given to multinationals, and that is what happened. Jakes, how can JKIA not have backup generators? How did it pass the IALA? Because right now we have flights to most strategic countries. Because there is a merit of how flights come to other countries. So there are flights that cannot come to Kenya if and when we cannot be able to provide security. Now, ask yourself, was that a sabotage or it was intentional?
Interesting.
Given the fact that we've been talking about what? Parastatal selling. So I sit here to say and confirm to Kenyans that I think Ruto administration is the one sabotaging Kenyans by trying to force that we must sell our parastatus. Hata kama ni mbaya. Acha nikuulize Captain, wewe unaweza uza paka bibi yako?
And why now? Why now? Why were these not issues in the past?
You see, we made a mistake a couple of years ago, and let's talk about it. Some of us are old enough to know. KGDC, we sold it. And it's the one that used to provide grains to farmers, quality grains. Kenya Planters Union, we did what? We sold it. Our silos, remember we used to have silos, which was strategic. Instead of us kupiga kelele hapa hatuna mahali tunapeleka mahindi, we used to have silos whereby we could take mahindi yetu and we are paid later on. What happened?
Correct.
It was intentional to phase out, and that brought poverty to our Singishu, the bread basket of what? Of Kenya. Now the question is that poverty now being nationalized? This is nationalization of poverty. Now, let me tell you, Jake, something, and follow my trail. When you give up 49% of the stake of the government to multinational, those who come must do what? Restructure what is called human capacity development within that company.
Correct.
And when they restructure, they start saying Kenya has no expertise. That's why they were not able to do what? To manage it. Now they bring foreigners. Because we were not able, now they have an adage to bring now Wazungus to manage that. Now, what happened there? People are fired. Already Kenya at 60, our employment is not even 50%. Now, you sell these most strategic parastatals, our unemployment goes back to 30%. Is Ruto serious? Is Ruto serious? When you fire these people, the buying index, because these are the people who buy, the buying index goes down. Jex, this is how economy works. You give me money. I go get internet. I go get cable. I go get a house. I go get, so my money is also creating what? Employment. So you take my job, you kill also employment of other people. So instead of me going to a tailor, I will go to Mutumba. Unaelewa? Thus we are killing also strategic other sectors by proxy. So what happened in terms of the outage was intentional, so that they can force us and tell us we are not able, we need expertise. Now, ESCOM did that. You know what ESCOM is? South Africa did that. And you know, these people started with South Africa. They started with South Africa Airways. It's dead. South Africa has one of the worst rationing. So Soweto has like 4 days in a week, has no electricity. So
now they're proposing rationing as well.
Yeah, the minister for energy has the guts to come to us and telling we are coming to the era of rationing. Did you hear that person stupidly talk about that? And we are a struggling economy, mister. There are companies manufacturing that cannot stay without electricity. You cut that rationing, it means one thing: production has gone down. The means we as the people, economics, it's not about demand and supply, it's the means of production. So you cut again the means of production. We must put Ruto to his right corner to Mwambie, look, you cannot joke with our intelligence. We can connect
now, each time there's a tendency to blame previous regime. In fact, even today, if you listened to Chilchil said that this is as a result of failed maintenance in the past. In short, in the previous regimes. Lest we forget, he was a former CS secretary at, I think, alikuwa fired around 2015. So if we were to blame the previous regime, I think he equally suffers the blame. So why is it so difficult for this regime to own up and take responsibility on its messes without pushing?
These people are in political amnesia. They lied too much until they forget they were in the previous regime. They lied. You know, Jax, the problem is this. When you start lying, you forget you are lying. Let me repeat it. When you constantly start lying, you forget you are lying. You think you're telling people the truth. So you are saying the previous regime. So you are castigating yourself without your knowledge. That is the stupidity of the highest order. So let's take it this way. We cannot keep on talking about the problems that we have. The question is, what is the solution to this nonsense that we are seeing when we are going to Jamhuri? You will see Ruto talk about parastatal now because he was creating a narrative so that he can talk about it during what? Jamhuri. Or you are not seeing that? Because he must handle that on a national platform. On Jamhuri, people must question him. Kenya at 60, why are we having outages? Then he will start having the narrative that now we need nationalization, not nationalization. You see, nationalization is right. Because the good thing about nationalization is that you own them. First of all, the healthcare you'll be paid for. Pension fund will be guaranteed. Thirdly, job security will be guaranteed. You sell the stake of 49%. Are Kenyans guaranteed of job security? Yes, I'm asking you as the moderator. Think about that. Critically. Are we guaranteed? Because the CEO is going to be a foreigner. The chairman is going to be a foreigner. The CFO, chief financial officer, is going to be a foreigner. Now, if the brand of the whole company, okay, has been neo-liberalized, what remains of us? We become peasants. So we go back to what we call industrial agrarian revolution. Okay, we become peasants. The best you can become, Jex, is a manager. That's why we used to do what? To respect managers, because that's the highest hierarchy. Okay, and you need to read about something called Peter's Principle, and I want you to put it there. I want you to Google something called Peter's Principle. Peter's Principle says you take people because you think they are good. Okay, and you give them promotion. I want you to Google and read so that our viewers can know what I'm talking about, what is happening to our country. The Peter's Principle now is working in Kenya. You take somebody because you think he's good, you put him in a position, and he keeps on climbing the ladder. And the more he climbs the ladder, because that was not his expertise, the more he becomes useless. Why? Because that was not his expertise. So most of these ministers did not climb ladder through merit. The more they go up, Murkomen was a very good senator, but as a CS, very useless creature. Not even man, useless creature. And that is why you look at Cheregai. Cheregai is telling him, you don't qualify to be the CS of transportation. And we must speak true to the power. Tell me even one cabinet minister who is a technocrat in this government. They are cronies. Beneficiaries of political expediency.
Correct.
And that's not what we need. And it's going to be worse if they are retained. Remember, we never knew who Matiang'i was before 2013. We never knew who that guy was. He was poached from somewhere. We disliked him during digital migration. We fought him when he was telling us digital migration is going to help Kenya so that you people will be ahead of internet in Africa. Everybody refused because we were glued on what? Citizen TV, NTV, and everything. The guy stuck his feet to the cement and said, we must do this. TV stations were closed for how long? More than 21 days. Today, you and me are enjoying this service because Matiang'i, as a technocrat, had a cathedral mindset. Do you understand what I'm talking? Who in this cabinet? Is it Moses Kuria, Minister for Trade? Moses Kuria. Nonsense. Murkomen, Minister for Transport. Nonsense. The other day we were even asking who is the Minister for Labor. Nobody even know. So Peter's Principle is taking place in Kenya, and it's very unfortunate. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now I'm coming back to you with very huge reactions to most of what you have said, and equally more questions. And equally see my other good friend, this guy. I don't know if you know this guy. He at times calls himself Japolo. I don't know if this is Halloween attire. You guys mumetoka Halloween juzi. So yeye ndio bishop wa hizi maeneo.
We differ with him, but I haven't seen him for a long time. But there is value in saying hello. There is value in respecting people and say, I've missed you, because look, we are a product of communication and dialogue and conversation. even if but hiyo nywele yako, as I've always told you, Ruto is taxing it. Nyoa nywele. Na nilikwambia hiyo nywele wakati
Naona ameshaongeza collar. I don't know if you can see the collar. Let me try to make you see the collar. Just one moment. Now the guy has a nice collar, yeah. Sasa amefunika na kikombe. Now he looks like
that's
Japolo.
not water he's drinking. I guarantee you he's not drinking water.
Ni kahawa. Bwana sifiwe.
Anaitwa Japolo himself, the man from the other side. Before I bring in the next topic,
to him, let me say this: Amos Itura.
Amos Alex. Oyaore.
Even though hiyo imenipita. Now, let me give you Kenya Rebel, as much as umeingia saizi, a moment to give your sentiments concerning the power failure before I go to the next topic. Please tell me this. Is there an element of sabotage? Ama these are just ni nooks tu zinafuata our president and this regime, because nothing seems to be working. See, your education, it's a failure. Nothing, literally nothing is going his way. Nothing, So from where you sit, what do you think is happening in terms of power outages now and then? Serious embarrassment in our port of entry. JKIA should never ever lack power. Like, that should never happen. It should not even be a question to talk about. But not once, not twice, the third time. Yeah, that even Murkomen is saying we need to involve the police because it's now becoming serious. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, Jakes, it's nice to see you. I hope. Am I audible?
Very audible.
Okay, let me greet Captain Sikuminki, of course, Alex, Mangumi tutachapana baadaye. You know how we always argue. And Simba Netaya. Jakes, I usually come here and I keep on telling my dear friends, especially I used to come here and Alex used to call me a conspiracy theorist. And now we can actually see what's going on, because if you look at David D, most people, I saw Alai also say that a lot of people are tweeting and they're saying that, hey, it's apparent that IMF is actually has taken over the country. It's actually making laws for us. World Bank is making, literally, these people are taking laws for us. And I agree with Alex in the sense that, and he gave a very good example of South Africa, how these international corporations, it's called a corporatocracy, they'll cause these things and it's a way of them taking over these parastatals, these government-run corporations. And that's why I'm buying into Alex's submission when he say that this is done purely kesho mtasikia ati, in order for this steamer to work, KPLC or whatever the case is, who's providing energy, let's give this as Privatization Act says, if a government-run corporation is not working, you can give it to the private body to run it, because they want to use the term efficiency, as if the private corporations are more efficient than the government. So you ask yourself, don't these people who run these parastatals, don't they have the same business know or know-how as these people in the private? Because the private corporations also fail, just like the government. It's about how you structure your business. But anyway, the larger point I'm trying to make, Jake, without saying a lot of words, is that Kenya is on sale. And I've been preaching this since I started coming this all these corporations, most of them foreign. I mentioned to you that there's 28 companies that are in the economic free zone. Kenyan passed a law where we have economic free zones, meaning the private corporations that come to Kenya operating within these economic free zones they will pay zero tax. And if you look at countries that actually do well, if they want to raise revenue, you tax these corporations, because corporations are made for one thing, making profit, and they do make a lot of profits compared to the common wananchi. So instead of Ruto raising revenue by taxing these corporations, he's raising taxes on wananchi. Because ameambiwa na IMF, this is what you have to do. And that's why, Jake, if you come to my channel, I'm willing to give you this book for free. Read it. It explains how these people take over power in government. So what we are seeing with Murkomen and everyone else is nothing new. These guys will privatize everything in Kenya. Your water supply, your energy, everything. And in exchange, they can loot as much as they want, and they will not be held responsible. Unfortunately, the people that we are looking to save us or to check the government, the opposition, are also going to be co-opted. In fact, they've been co-opted, and they'll be co-opted by bringing in this NADCO recommendation, by changing the constitution, and they will also be in power, and nothing will stay the same. So it is time for us, whether you're Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, let us have a national populist movement, patriotic movement, to remove these people in power, because this will continue. It won't stop. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be coming to you. Just hold on, because you have raised some sentiments that I would want to hear more reaction to it. Keep from where you sit. Do you think our country is on sale? Are we auctioning our country bit by bit? Tunauza nchi yetu kidogo kidogo. I don't know what we are going to own.
You see now, Jakes, these journeys of traveling each and every week, America, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, whatever, Israel, those things must be stopped. This person is going to sell Kenya there. Especially now, this KICC thing, I think he's trying to look for the best bidder to take over KICC. And those things must be stopped. We have never seen each and every time he's being questioned, he's coming up with acrobatic answers, telling us that, oh, I'm not going there for tourism, I'm not going for what? You are going there to make yourself rich, and our people are suffering. Even the people who made us to agree on the president, current president, are rebels. Kenya Rebel is one of them. He's putting on the like what is this? Olesapit was dressed like him and telling us this is the moment that we've been waiting for. And now he's coming here to like lecturing us with lies. And they are the ones who told us this is the moment we've been waiting for.
Okay.
But these people from church, they are cheating us. And they are looting our country.
Wait, Captain, what are you charging me of? I don't understand the charge. What did I say?
Anasema that umejiva kama Olesapit, and Olesapit
alituambia this is the moment we've been waiting for. Sijui give love. What?
So
tumechoka na hiyo.
You ought equally to be blamed, kwa sababu Olesapit dressed like that, and he told us this is the moment we have been waiting for. So
so sometimes you see, we need to tell each other the truth. Because even me, where I sit right now, even next week you might hear that Captain is one of the ministers. Because now I see this thing of appointing ministers and the leaders of the like parastatals and all whatever is going only to one tribe.
So as long as you have if you have a keep, you're safe.
Of course.
And I can see you're already Captain Keep. So,
but that is my name. I cannot run away from it. It's my name. You see?
Like here's the question I want to ask Keep. Keep.
Yes. Yes.
Kama wewe kama mwananchi. Yes. What are you doing? Ni nini unafanya? Uko na MP hapo, mwanabunge, who is your immediate representative, who can actually go to the parliament and stop these things that Ruto are doing. Why are you not speaking up? Ndio unazungumza wewe kibinafsi huko hapa Mtembea unafanya kazi nzuri ukituambia mambo ya wakina Ole Sapit. But we are not holding responsible our representative who we donated this power to go to parliament and stop Ruto from selling the country. Instead, what are we doing? Sisi tunazungumza mambo yetu. We are complaining. We are just saying, oh, hey, Nyakanga wameshikwa because he's exposing the government. Oh, sijui stima imeisha. While we can start going through this, our representative, and telling them, if you don't do this, we are going to vote you out. The law is very clear. You can recall these MPs after 12 months in office. Of course, August, so we are reaching there. It's coming. But we can wait them. We can recall them. That's the law saying. Why don't we put pressure to our MPs and tell them, we don't want these things. We don't have to sell Kenya. And if you do that, put pressure. Let us discuss this thing in the parliament. Mbona tufanye hivyo kitu?
Okay, Kenya Rebel, do you think you can come out very clearly the way you are coming out here now to tell those people like that? Utatumia watu vijana na vijiti ya jembe bana. Na utafika kesho yake. So, you know, when we speak up like this, we are hiding somewhere and we say the truth. Are you seeing? And we believe that in this media, they are listening on what we are saying. Only that they are trying tomorrow to look, where is this person? Where is the account number? Where is the phone number on that account? We want to call him to stop this person. You see?
Okay. Unakumbuka siku za housing levy, when they wanted to pass the housing levy. Remember people, wananchi walisema, hey, housing levy hatutaki. And it was debated and people walikataa. Even in the talks of NATCO, when the Azimio were going to negotiate, their supporters were saying, yani munaenda kuongea huko na kwa nini bombers, and you're not including the cost of living. We're telling your cost of living, and it forced the Azimio negotiators to go there and say, without cost of living, hatutaongea. Even though hawajasikizana na hii cost of living. But what I'm trying to say is this. Every time wananchi stand up and put pressure on this MPs, okay, a change happens. But sisi tunanyamaza, we are just complaining and we are saying Ruto. But Ruto doesn't care. He's flying all over the world in his private jet and doing whatever because he knows legally he can get away with whatever he's doing. We are not challenging. Why don't we exercise this power? So it can be done.
There is no way, bro, because even right now as we talk, Azimio is now divided, whereby those people who are supporting the dialogue and the others are not for the dialogue, they are now like fighting. Wanaambia you are not supporting the dialogue, chukua supporters wako waende kwa barabara, sisi tumesupport the dialogue. So we don't know what Kimani Ichung'wah and the side of the government and the opposition has agreed to tell us that this dialogue is okay. Even though the cost of living is not included, we have to agree like that. Hatuna hiyo nguvu. Kaujo yeye mwenyewe unaona sahi Kaujo anaambia Martha Karua kama uko supporters wako wewe leta kwa barabara. Sisi tulichoka. Tunakubaliana na ile dialogue. What will you say? What will you say even if it is you?
Ndio maana nasema even those I used to tell Azimio, get your followers to get people like Terengei, Didmas Baraza, who are saying, you know, the cost of living is bad. It's this NADCO negotiation have exposed the Azimio leadership by showing their true intention. Niliwambia, these people did not start with cost of living. They started and saying that they wanted the Kofi Annan, something akin to the Kofi Annan Accord in 2008. That's what they started with. Then the cost of living started going up and they jumped into the cost of living and they started, oh, now it is cost of living. So I'm saying this is an opportunity for Kenya Kwanza, as the new supporters who don't want this NADCO stuff, and independents like us to come together and say this, dictate to these leaders, tell them that we want the cost of living coming down. Now, for those representatives who are out there who are saying all these things, if they don't want to represent us and advance our interest, we shall take them out. Just as we cost them, we force them into making cost of living the number one issue. So it can be done. Saizi si wakati wa kucheza ati Azimio sijui Kenya Kwanza sijui nini. We all agree that Ruto and his government is bringing us down. And we can see that the people who we trusted to bring Ruto, to check Ruto, the opposition, Raila Odinga, they don't care about cost of living. They want jail. They want to change the constitution so they can have this video. So why can't we come together as a people and have a national populist movement as Kenyans and choose our leader? Let's put Okiya Mtata if he's going to be the face of change. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. It's an opportunity, perfect opportunity for us Kenyans to galvanize as a nation and be patriotic. Tuache mambo ya kutuangalia ati sisi ni Kalenjin, Wakikuyu, Waluo na nini, Azimio ni nini, because all of these leaders have let us down. So that's all I'm saying.
Do you know for information, Kenya Rebel,
just one moment, Captain. Alex is raising his hand. Yes, Alex. What is it?
You know, I like being pragmatic.
Mm-hmm.
And you raised the question, and we are running away from it. And we are now peddling, as always. Issue Azimio imeanza na Kenya Kwanza. And that's how we are always played. I want to stay on point. With our country concerned. I don't want to diverge Raila should be the one checking the government. No, the question was cardinal, simple. Is our country on sale? Our country was sold at Bomas. We don't have. For the benefit of Kenya Ribbon, our country was sold at Bomas. It is not being sold now. It was sold. So we don't have a country anymore. So now we should talk that, okay, we have the land, but we don't have a country. Where are we moving to? That should be the cardinal question. Who told you we still have a country that was not sold? When you see Whitman and the ambassador going to see Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, what powers do they have so that they can go to see Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? When you saw the king come to Kenya, you saw the reception. You saw what happened. He was as if he was the head of state of Kenya. It's like we are still subscribing to the queens, whereby Canada, Australia, Jamaica are a signatory, whereby the king or the queen of England is the head of state in our country. Because we went to see projects that have been done. Where does that happen in the world? Jack, tell me, where does that happen? You have a visitor in your house, okay? Anaenda kuangalia vile ulizaa watoto wako. That's what he was doing. He started questioning, why didn't you do family planning? So we do not have a country. We are trying to reclaim what was sold at Bomas. Let me repeat that. Our country is not being sold. We have no country. We are reclaiming the Bomas fiasco. We are reclaiming the Bomas fiasco. Some people thought it was good for them because they were playing political expediency. Today, we have no say. When Kenya Rebel was saying the truth on this matter about the IMF and the World Bank, my friend, who doesn't know the agenda of these two things? Let's go to historicity. Why these things were created? 4 organizations were created by the USA to colonize the world forever. One of them was UN. One of them was IMF. One of them was World Bank. One of them was World Food Organization. And we keep on joking, we don't see what those things are doing to us. Ati tunapata chakula kutoka Ukraine. Na hiyo chakula si ati imetoka Ukraine, imetoka hapa Nebraska by Bill Gates. So that our people can be impotent. Because one of the declaration in 19, Henry Kissinger said, the population of Africa is our greatest enemy. We must make sure by all necessary means, these people, Jex, I want you to Google that, the declaration. It's called it's Biopolitics. It's called by Biopolitics by Achille Bemba. He wrote a very good paper. He's a lecturer in, I think, Johannesburg. It's called Biopolitics. Making sure the population of Africa can never go beyond a certain point.
By who?
Achille Bemba.
By politics, Achille. Okay, go on. I'm seeing it.
Biopower and biopolitics. Those are the two things that the narratives that move the politics of Africa today, because one of the things you must realize, 60% of white men in America are illiterate. These people are sewage engineers. These people are just electricians. These people are just roofers. But you know what? They get paid well because of what? The way the economy is structured. And then Africa has done a mistake whereby mtu kama revolutionary anataka kukuwa na PhD over. Alex anataka kuwa na PhD. Jex anataka kuwa na PhD. They have diluted the goodness of education, whereby now a roofer makes more money than a lecturer. Do you know that's called biopolitics, killing an economy? So the question that you have said, okay, thank you. Biopolitics refer political relationship between administration. So you can also put biopower later on. So this is what we're. Do we have a country? Do Nigeria have a country? The target was 4 countries in Africa. They were able to get South Africa mapema sana, and we never saw what happened in South Africa. South Africa is an example of what Kenya is going to go through. Our national carrier, Kenya Airways, will die. Our Kempton, KPLE, Kenya Pipeline, geothermal, windmill, all of them are going to die. Okay? Thirdly, these are the things that they will touch because they understand the whole political maneuver that they are pushing towards us so that we will never. The Uhuru tenure under, and people keep on criticizing it, but the good thing is history judges things better. Right now, people may hate history, but when we move to the front, people will look back and say, there was a significance when the handshake tried to do something. 1 year down the road, what project has Ruto? Niambie roads, people like Cheregai now are complaining. People like, people we never thought under the sun, that one day they will look down and start asking, where is the project? 1 year down the road, no single project of a road. Why? Because our country went at bombers. So the question is, how do we reclaim it? Thank you.
Now, Kenya Rebel, I pose that question to you. How do we reclaim our country?
Thank you. That's a good question. I just want to respond to something that Alex was saying. He's right in his analysis. And one thing I want to say is, I don't enjoy talking about Raila and Ruto and Uhuru because it sounds like it's personality politics, but we can't run away from it. We have something that we can use to reclaim our land, our country. It's called our constitution, the constitution. Okay? This is one thing that if you want to take over a country, you mutilate it. I know Alex was trying to tell us about Ruto and the handshake. I mean, the handshake between Uhuru and Kenya. I mean, Raila. I always say that Uhuru is the worst president in the human history because he mutilated the constitution. He didn't care, and he told Kenyans, "I don't care." That's why I have bottomless contempt for this man. I have even a soft spot for Ruto, even if he's selling the country. I can't stand Uhuru. I cannot. If my blood boils when somebody tried to say that he was better than Ruto. Okay, but anyway, that's besides the point. The point I trying to make is this.
Hold on there. Hold on there.
Yes. Yes.
Just hold on there. Let me clarify something to you.
Okay.
By being objective, not subjective.
Okay.
Some of the most progressive leaders in Africa had to mutilate their constitution. People like Gaddafi to become benevolent dictators because because they realize the constitution has a limit, whereby as your manifesto, look, Kenya Rebel, today you can come to the politics of Kenya, and honestly, you mean well to the country. And the courts keep on putting you down to a point that 5 years down the road, you are not able to actualize what you wanted. It got to a point whereby Kenya needed to look aside parts of, not terms of human rights. He never mutilated human rights, but what he mutilated is to listen to some of the things that were bringing Kenya back in terms of courts, whereby everything was being blocked, and we cannot move that way. And that's why benevolent dictators succeed, because they mute the constitution in some way, because the constitution has been used by the Western that if you do this to the constitution, they say, oh, you're not progressive, you're a dictator, you're doing this and this and this. But people like Gaddafi were able to circumvent, and they were able to give their people free healthcare, free education. All these things that we saw that were in Libya, they were real in our own eyes. So the constitution is good. But at some point, the Western has used the constitution to block the development of our people through what is called, and you said it, NGOs, who are the worst enemies. I don't want any NGO in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, let me correct you. I hope you understand the concept of having a constitution. A constitution is a document that we, the people, agree upon.
It is the supreme law in simple.
Yes, but also I want to put it in a good context, in the right context, so we understand what it is. I know it's the supreme law. Every law that's making has to be based on the constitution, but it's the agreement of the people, by the people, of how we are going to govern ourselves. Okay, and the president takes oath to uphold it. Okay, you don't use the constitution when it benefits you, and when it doesn't benefit you, you break it. That's like saying, okay, the 10 commandments are good, but I shall not steal, but I'll kill my enemies to justify, I'm breaking the whatever. No, it doesn't work that way. If you agree upon it, it will help. We live in a what is it called? The Kenyan Constitution. What I'm trying to say with Uhuru Kenyatta is this. You said he never violated human rights. I don't even know where to start. Let me just use the Mandamana as an example. When the people were protesting, he unleashed his security forces and violated their constitutional right to protest. Okay? Peaceably. Yes, there was skirmishes. That's why I usually say that even if Raila calls Mandamana, I'm for it. It's there in the constitution. Now, if Ruto is going to brutalize people like he was brutalizing, he's violating the constitution that he swore to uphold it. You use the example of Gaddafi. Okay? Yes, Gaddafi did well for his people, but just the fact that he violated the constitution does not make it right. Even Traore, Ibrahim Traore, who's now the best leader in Africa, in my opinion, okay? He took power through what? Illegal means, by using a coup d'etat. But he said this is a transitional movement. After he finishes that, we shall go back to the constitution. Okay? So what I'm saying is this. If you look at the constitution, it's a document that addresses every issue that we are facing, whether it has to do with this privatization act that we are against, all the taxation acts, the whatever. Okay, I thought you were playing something. All the issues that we are dealing with. But for a president to get out of the constitution, that means the agreement that we the people, that's why we always have a plebiscite. Tunaenda huko, we vote it. If they want to change the constitution, they have to take the vote to the people.
Point of order. Point of
Yes.
order. This
Yes.
thing called constitution is a myth. When Colin Powell went to the UN, blatantly lied that there was weapons of mass destructions. They wanted just to go to Iraq. And when they realized that, look, they have done what they wanted, they had pulled themselves from ICC. Why? Because protectionism is part and parcel of the politics of progressiveness. We, the people, does not mean they are the government. We, the people, means that we have a corporate problem and we must have a corporate solution. We cannot talk about the constitution when we know that that constitution has made CBA to be part and parcel of something that should not have been. That constitution has passed things, blocked things, done things. We must say that if this constitution at this particular, because constitutions do not last for long, they need to be rechecked so that they can be modified.
Okay, listen. If the people feel that there should be an amendment to the constitution, yes, we take that vote to the people, like Raila said in his speech.
That process is so odious to a point that by the time we do it, we are wasting time, we are wasting money. But when
Alex,
we see other dictators do it, there are people start having benefits that we do not
Alex,
have. Look at Saudi Arabia. No, listen to me. Look at
Alex,
Saudi Arabia.
you don't let me finish.
No, hold on. Does Saudi even respect their constitution, Jakes? Jakes, I want you to be honest with me. Does that country even respect?
Alex, can you please listen to me? Please, please, I'm begging. We are not talking about Saudi Arabia. Just because Gaddafi broke his constitution with his people of Libya does not mean that we should break ours. Constitution is sacrosanct. That is like the Bible of the Republic. If you agree, you should be present. The president should have told us that I will only keep some part of this constitution, but not all of it. And he will have ceased to be president at that moment. He got to the president and swore to the Bible, to power. No. Listen to me. Let me finish, because I want you to bring it. I want you to understand what constitution is. This is, and I will repeat again, this is a document. It's a contract of how we are going to live and rule ourselves. And any law that is made in the land should abide by it. No one is above it. So for any president, sitting or previous, to break it, that's an illegality and should be taken to jail for doing so. So you can't come here and tell me Libya broke their constitution and that's why they prospered, or so-and-so broke the constitution. It is okay for us to break.
But just one moment together with Alex. If I'm understanding the two of you, this is what Alex is saying. That at times it's odious and it's tiresome and even a long process to change the constitution, right? And he has brought some interesting remarks. One, he has said that at times, if we go back to the previous regime, it is even actually happening with William Ruto, that you want to implement a project. Someone went to court to stop the feeding program, like anything you don't agree, our courts have become a place where if you don't agree, which is equally a right enshrined in the constitution, but as well the courts can stop projects, program, anything. How many things have been declared null and void? Many, as much as some equally are rightfully to be declared so. But if a president wants to initiate anything and everything is termed null and void, if the courts, because the courts as well can be weaponized, as much as we have the law, as much as this law are not observed by gods, they are observed, or rather they are implemented by men who can be bought. How many times have we had a judge issue a judgment and later on, like you remember the story of, it's called Justice Shitembwe, with the Sonko case, where justice is not followed. So the courts can be weaponized. And Alex is right by saying that the courts can derail a person like the president, and Uhuru at times chose to ignore it for the sake of projects and for the sake of the people. And eventually, somehow, some things came to be. You are equally right when you say that the constitution is the guide, is what we use to govern ourselves. In fact, the preamble of our constitution says that we have given to ourselves this constitution, of course, to govern us, to lead us, to we live by what it says. And even when we change it through the processes laid therein in the constitution. And of course, we have donated our powers, not of course fully as though we will be absent, to the people who will be leading us. That of course is the MPs, the president. That is what we call delegated power. Now, both of you are almost saying the same thing, but seemingly not equally agreeing on some things as well. Now, so that we have some degree of order, Alex, let me begin first with you. You asked a question to Kenya Rebel, and Kenya Rebel gave the response of the constitution. You asked him, how can we salvage the state among the situation? And then Kenya Rebel brought the issue of the constitution, right? Now, Alex, what is contentious in that response that the constitution can solve what we are suffering from at the moment?
Thank you, Jax. Thank you, Jax, for bringing sobriety back.
Mhm.
Sometimes we get excited, we become passionate, which is good,
Mhm.
which is shows
Mhm.
the level of love and respect that I
Mhm.
have. Now, let me be very sober.
Mhm.
Uh, when you look at the trail of how our country has gone through,
Mhm.
it is misery, it is disappointments, it's promise after promise, and it's a rejection of what is
Mhm.
called adopting human rights to the
Mhm.
lowest of the lowest.
Mhm.
Today in our country, we have the least of the least, we have the
Mhm.
least of the lost, we have the least of unwanted.
Mhm.
And now we have branded our people in a
Mhm.
way. The people who believed Ruto,
Mhm.
and I can tell you, many, and we wondered how they believed in him. They had their rights,
Mhm.
but they have
Mhm.
been conned. They've been conned
Mhm.
openly.
Mhm.
They've been conned from school fees, from food, from everything. Okay?
Mhm.
So it
Mhm.
gets to a point whereby we start questioning this
Mhm.
constitution.
Mhm.
And we don't say that having a constitution is a wrong thing.
Mhm.
But we start asking, is the constitution working?
Okay.
Will it ever work?
Mhm.
60 years down the road, it has not worked.
Mhm.
And what is the alternative?
Okay.
So my
I.
question, okay, let
Mhm.
me finish my thought of thread.
Mhm.
My
Mhm.
question then, therefore, I'm borrowing a leaf from
Mhm.
some countries like
Mhm.
China, okay,
Mhm. Mhm.
who disregard sometimes the constitution,
Mhm.
but end up to China.
Mhm.
And I can tell you, the people
Mhm.
in Tibet, there are people who are the Uruguays,
Mhm.
they've been
Mhm.
victimized. But at the same time,
Mhm.
you go to Shanghai, China, you see things that you cannot see anywhere. No,
Mhm.
so I start questioning, where did we
Mhm.
go wrong in life?
Okay.
Frank Fanon said, we are the wretched of
Mhm.
the earth.
Mhm.
And now I'm believing like that because
Mhm.
this issue of democracy, which is a myth, is being imposed to Africa. Look,
Mhm.
King Charles has no terms.
Mhm.
They have king and queens, but
Mhm.
they want people to have only 2 terms,
Mhm.
which people like Kagame have defied. And you have seen
Mhm.
a country that was at the blink of death
Mhm.
has been revived
Mhm.
in a way that many people talk about it and even give example in Africa about Kagame. I'm not saying
Mhm.
something that is not a fact, but
Mhm.
when you look at the level of human rights, Kagame
Mhm.
has committed so many human rights
Okay.
violations. But at the same time, he has been able to give 70% of his people something. So I start asking myself, what is the alternative? Are we still going to do the same thing over the years, saying that, oh, our constitution is the best, we should not disregard it, and we are not getting the results? That's the dilemma I am in.
I hear you. Now, Kenya Rebel, I now come to you. You say that the solution lies in the constitution, and this is what Alex is bringing home, that through this constitution, the president took an oath of office and swore using the constitution, said, I will honor, protect, and safeguard this constitution. And Alex is equally saying that the people of Kenya, trusted the constitution because it was their constitutional right to vote, number one, to elect someone to be a president. That they acted as per the constitution. In the same way, through the constitution, the holder of this office came into power. Are we together up to that point? Now, if through the same constitution, the person is one failing to deliver on the promises he gave, failing to deliver, or rather, as Alex is saying, that Kenyans were robbed, Kenyans were lied to, or Kenyans were swindled. The promises are now, if I borrow from the courts, the promises were hot air, right? Nothing that they said came to be. If they would still come and justify themselves using the constitution. Now Alex is asking, what is the other alternative? And I don't know if now you're getting where it's coming. What should be the alternative? Now go ahead.
Okay, number one, the categorical mistake Alex is doing is he is misdiagnosing the problem. The problem is not the constitution. When did they ever comply with the constitution? Has this 2010 constitution been implemented fully? The answer is a resounding no.
Okay.
Yes, you're conflating things. Ruto's failure in implementing his policy or his campaign promises is not a violation of the constitution. He just failed to implement what he promised you. Okay? We can get mad at him by that, but there's nothing illegal about that.
Is it not an integral issue?
No, okay, but then he has 5 years. Take him out if you don't want. And also, if you want to take him out before his 5 years, gather, tell your MPs to impeach him. Article 145 is clear about that. Okay, but he hasn't broken any constitutional the constitution. Okay. Now you mentioned something about the judges. You have to understand the role of the judges. Okay, these are people also who we donated this power, and their role is to interpret the constitution as it relates to the disputes we have between two or more parties. That's why you see Okiya Mtata, when they passed this finance bill, he said, you know what? He ran to the judiciary as the third arm of government and said, this thing was passed illegally. Okay, now the judgment can go your way or not your way. Okay, now I agree with you in Kenya that there's some level of influence of the executive in the judiciary, which we can take care of. Okay, we can be addressed. But we have to be, the reason why I say the constitution, we have all the solution in the constitution is because of this. We have never fully implemented the 2010 constitution. Now, let's not look at Libya or Kagame for what works for them. We are Kenyan. We agreed as Kenyans for this constitution.
The question now, how do we solve? Because
I'm answering you.
Yeah,
I'm
you're saying
you.
just one moment so that we don't get lost. You have said one of the problems is we don't implement. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough.
Yes.
But then again, in the event that now we are refusing to implement it, the problems keep piling up. The courts are not really coming through to be a safe haven and custodian of justice. So from where you sit, what is the alternative? And that's what Alex is asking you. What is the alternative?
That's what I was getting at. That's where I was getting at, Jakes. Okay. The reason why I started by saying, and I even mentioned Kip, and sorry, Kip, I'll give you, I'll involve you in this. That's why I use Kip and ask him this. Kip, wewe kama mwananchi, what are you doing to tell your representative to curb what Ruto is doing? Because we have three arms of government. No, listen, I'm coming to you. I'm answering you. Please you have to let me finish.
There's a contradiction there.
No, listen.
Can you read that? There's a contradiction there. No. Let me follow your trail. Let me now not follow my mind. We donated my power to my MP to go to parliament so that he can do the right thing so that the constitution can be fully implemented. He failed on his part. How dare again do you ask Kip, who had donated his power through the rights to do what? To vote, and gave that right to his MP, and the MPs refused. And what you're saying is that the constitution was never fully implemented. I agree with you 100%. And that is where we say that we don't have a constitution.
So let me finish. That's why I was getting to that. Captain, go let go. I'll be very brief. Alex, in that very constitution, it explains. Are you listening, Alex? This is for you. Alex, are you listening very carefully? It explains, since we donated this power to these representatives, and they went to the legislative body, they were supposed to advance our interests, and they failed. This very constitution explains how we can take back our power as the Mwananchi to take him out of that position. You see, he's not listening. I want him to listen, but he's conversating. But I'm explaining this. Alex, I'll repeat this.
Is multitasking.
Oh, multitasking. I'll explain to you, Alex, again, so you don't get confused. Anyway, Alex.
Yeah, just give me, I'm babysitting. Just give me a minute. I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm listening. It's on a loudspeaker, but I still have to do my responsibilities.
Okay, so. Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, Jakes, and I'll leave it to what animaliza alafu nikupatie Kip. And nilikuwa nasema hivi. This very constitution explains to us, tells us that if our representative, fails to advance our interests at the legislative arm of government, we have the power to recall them, to take our power back. We can fire them. It explains how we can do that. That is a way of reclaiming our power, this sovereign power that we have as a people. So what's the solution, Nani? Solution, Jakes, as you asked, and you and Nani and Alex, I said this. We spend a lot of time complaining of the powers, the things that Ruto is doing, but we are not following the channels provided to us by the Constitution to clip Ruto's power. So what we need to do, we tell our representatives, listen, we don't want KICC sold. We don't want this privatization act. So go to the parliament, renew a bill, push on a bill that says that you cannot sell any parastatal, any government corporation. So it is a law that way the president cannot sell any of our land or our companies. And if our parliamentarians refuse to do that, then we can recall them as it is in the constitution, the law. There's a law on how we recall our. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to be active as a people and actively use our powers that are provided to us in the constitution to hold Ruto responsible. The reason why Ruto is doing all these things is because nobody is challenging him. And that's why you see people like Okiya Mtata always go to the courts, because the MPs are dead, the legislative body is dead, and we complain, but we have the power to actually make these people do what we are saying. So I'm saying is this: the problem on Kenya is not the constitution. The problem is Kenya is lack of respect for the constitution. We are not implementing it. Changing it is not going to help you. You have to implement what you have and hold these people accountable. If Ruto violates the constitution, let's hold him accountable. We can use Article 145 and impeach him through our MPs. Same thing. Jex, you say that Kenyatta was using the Nenio, was using what? Was bypassing what the judge was saying. The judge had the power to stop what Uhuru was trying to do, which was unconstitutional. And that is the job of the legislative body, to interpret the constitution as it relates to the disputation that has been brought to them. I don't know if I'm clear.
You are clear, but the elephant in the room would be, what if the judge is rogue? Because as much as you're saying the judge can stop, what if the judge is rogue? And some of these judges have passed judgments that were kind of it was a judgment that had favoritism in it, because maybe alipewa some form of tokenism. So what happens in that scenarios? And you cannot hold the country at ransom because someone amepewa kinua mgongo ili atekeleze some wajibu as a person, as a human being, and you have the sole responsibility to lead the country to prosperity. What do you do then?
Again, Jake,
and some of these judgments
yes,
at times are not cited in law. Some of
yes,
it is cited on my feeling. Maybe I feel you are oppressing me and anything. So I use my position, just like the president can use his position to stop the judges. The judges as well can use their position. They can abuse it to stop the president. So at that juncture, how does the constitution solve that kind of a quagmire?
Yes, Jake, and that's why I'm telling you, all these arms of government, if there's a rogue judge that's making judgments which are not according to the constitution, it is provided in our constitution how we can take out that judge, how he can be taken out of the bench. That's what I'm saying. But the problem is, we the people are not active. There's no active citizenry. Okay? Sisi tunaangalia tu hivyo, if the judge makes a judgment, tunakasirika. But that does not mean that if the judge makes a constitutional ruling against our side, tuseme kama ile ruling ya election, okay? Just because Kioni amesema hii ni hot air and she has cited the constitution, now we are not happy about the judge, because not everyone shall be happy with every judgment. But if we can prove that a certain judge is wrong, has been paid, or is making judgments that are unconstitutional, are not interpreting the constitution as it's supposed to be, then we can look at a process of removing that judge. That's what I'm saying. Okay? So these people are not there forever. They can be removed. That's what the constitution says. We have the power to actually recall this donated power. Donating something means that you gave him to do something, and if they don't, we can recall it. Go ahead, Andrew.
Fair enough.
Yeah, enough. I think Jakes now.
Before I give Alex, can I give Captain Kidogo? Yes, Captain.
Now I don't know what I'm doing in this show because I've just been listening.
So these two guys decided to take one another for a smackdown on constitutional matters. But go ahead.
No problem. I respect their opinion. But what I want to say is this: when you are sworn in Kasarani, you hold the Bible telling us that you will uphold and respect the Constitution. I think it is just because of in front of that crowd and the umati ya watu, you are just holding like that. If we come even very simple, the appointment of those CSS wengine wako kwa Constitution, and then again we come here to use the same Constitution to take the case to the court. The same court that is giving the president, the Constitution giving the president to run the court, they are doing the case against what is not supposed even to be discussed. It is not in our Constitution. So we cannot be electing you and then you come here and rep. I call that rep. You are repping our Constitution and doing things that is not in it. That is what I can say. during the referendum thing of the old constitution, the other day, 2010 and whatever, I think the first thing is that we need to give a panel, and then we continue to the other chapters and articles, sub-articles and all whatever, that if you fail to follow what will come in this constitution, the thing is we are just finishing you. We have no any other thing. Not coming here, you go to court.
What do you mean finishing? What do you mean by finishing?
You understand what I mean? Tutakunyonga tu kama China. Tunataka kuweka tena kwa hiyo constitution hivyo, kwamba ukikosa kufuata katiba vile tumeiweka, wewe ni kunyongwa, kwa sababu saa hizi
How is that not violating the same constitution? Because the constitution guarantees the right to life.
Tunataka tuende referendum kuweka hiyo, kuwa ukikosa kufuata ile iko kwa constitution tutakunyonga.
We'll do away. Is it chapter 4? What talks of human rights? It's chapter what?
I don't know which chapter. Alex will tell us that one. I know he's doing some research. He will tell us. Just Alex, give me a minute. Give me a minute, Alex. Because right now, when you see the whole country is supposed to be the picture of all the communities in the country, but I'm seeing there is one or two communities that are dominating in the whole country, and the people are suffering. Until even right now, even when we are in this platform, some they cannot come to the platform kwa sababu ya aibu. Wanaogopa ile aibu kuja kujitetea. Mimi nilikuwa ile upande, yes, na bado niko huko, lakini bado nafinya pale kabisa, kwa sababu they are doing wrong to our people. That is very wrong. You are selling our country tukiona na macho hivi. What next?
Okay.
Okay, I think
Alex, they normally say constitution, it can be used even to do harm, you know, in the sense that, think about it, the parliament is a lawmaking body, right? So if the president has taken captive parliament, he can introduce draconian laws. He can introduce laws that are primitive. He can introduce laws that subjects 190 to harsh situation. Take case in point, the financial bill. The president said, nataka kuona, right? Ule mwenye atapinga. I don't know if Alex, you remember. He said, nataka kuona, right? As a president, what does that mean? He was hooked-eyed to see who amongst the MPs, and of course it is their right to oppose, to support, or even to pass or fail a legislation because that is their mandate. But the president was very categorical. I want to see who will oppose this bill. Now, this bill, has it favored Mwananchi? Did it become law? It did become law when he appended his signature, because once he appends his signature, it moves from a bill to an act of parliament to a law. Now, as much as you're saying that we should respect the constitution, I agree, fair enough. But the same way we respect it, it can equally be used to cause more harm than good by the parliament changing the laws through a directive, maybe from the executive or from any other angle, to suit them, but not to favor Mwananchi. So as much as we have delegated powers to them, as much as that is what the constitution says, the constitution as well can be used to harm us, because they will still cite the. Right now, you cannot say the financial bill is not a law. It is a law. Is it hurting Kenyans? Yes, it is. So is the constitution hurting Mwananchi? Yes, it is. You may agree, you may not. But Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, Jack, thank you again. I mean, we're having one of the most robust debates that I've ever had in my life. And I'm going to confess that. Look, you give people power to make laws.
Mm-hmm.
You give the same people power to appoint judges.
Mm-hmm.
Then you give judges power to interpret the laws.
Mm-hmm.
And the judges decide to interpret the law on feelings or based on his own, not on a national level. Okay? For instance, let's talk about this. You just gave an example. Somebody decides to stop the feeding program. A whole man decides to stop a feeding program and children are not able to eat for months. And then we start saying the Constitution is supreme. That nonsensical waffling. And that is why you have repeated that, look, yes, it is supposed to be 60 years down the road. It has never been. Now the question is, what is the alternative? We can't argue that the Constitution is not supposed to be supreme. It is supposed to be. But in the case of Kenyan scenario, has it been? Capital N-O, it has never been. People even hurt children by not allowing them to eat. And these are people who we donated power. Because it is not Kip who is going. You ask Kip, what are you supposed to do? Kip did his constitutional right by voting for his MP. And he trusted him and he told him, this is what we want. And these people go and do the opposite. Now, the question now, that's the conundrum we are having. We're supposed to have a referee, which is the Constitution. It has refused to work. In fact, it is working against us because the people who are supposed to be the holders, or the people who are supposed to reform it, to fully implement it, have truly refused. Me and you cannot implement the Constitution. You know it. Unless we go to the streets and we are ready to die. Don't shake your head here telling me that I'm able to implement the Constitution. I am not able to. I donated that to my MP. Agree with that. But my MP has disappointed me for years. Revolution, agree with me that my MP has disappointed me for years, having donated that to him. Now, that is why I'm questioning, I say. Now, since these people, after being voted in, they become a different what? Tribe. They are Kisses, they are Luos, but once they become MPs, they become a tribe we don't even know. I don't even know they are from China or from where. It's disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. But that's now where the question begs. What is our alternative now? Because even going to the streets, we are being killed, like maimed, massacred. You have seen that. We have tried it. Should we allow a mother to lose 2 children who are not even in the street, they were in their own house? We are in a conundrum. It's a quandary. And that is why we are like, is this Constitution now working against us? Because we have said it's supreme. It should not then be supreme. Let us carry machetes then. Because it looks like machetes are supreme. Because that's the only language they feel. Because when revolutionary you say, let's go to the streets, it means that there's time that we must suspend that Constitution if these people are not using it to the advantage of the very people. You want to tell me that when Ruto swore to the Constitution, you know more of the Constitution than him? You think you know more of the Constitution than Ruto? These people, you know the Constitution, and they are using it against us. When you want to go to the streets, they use against it. When we are talking here and telling them, no, reduce the fees, they're using against us. When we are saying honestly, you cannot sell parastatus, they are using against us. So the same Constitution. So we are asking if it has refused to work, because the protocol is we donate power for them to go to parliament and make it right. Isn't it? We don't disagree with that, Jex, isn't it? We vote, we gave them power so that they can refine the Constitution, and where there are loopholes, they make it. They have refused because they wanted the CDF. They gave Ruto the 6 agendas because they wanted the CDF so bad. They gave Ruto everything he wanted, including increasing the foreign trips into billions, because they desperately wanted what? CDF, which again was unconstitutional. So the same people used the Constitution to unconstitute CDF. Do you understand my protocol? The court has said CDF is unconstitutional. But because they want it, they use again the constitution. So we are desperate. We are desperate. That's why the question is, has the constitution worked against us? Yes, in many instances. What is the solution? Thank you.
Okay, I see Kip was raising his hand. Unfortunately, is equally on a phone call. So I'm in a fix. Do I give you? Do I? Okay, yes, Kip.
You have to give me, because what Alex has said is something that is so touching, because even right now, as we talk, with the economy of the country, the way it is right now, is there anywhere in the constitution that says I should not sleep hungry? It is there.
Yeah, the constitution is very clear. You have a right to eat. You have a right to.
You have a right to eat. If I don't eat, I take the government to the court. Yes.
Let me get that for you.
Anyone has gone to court and they are sleeping hungry? Tell us. Tell us, Kenya Rebel. I see you are raising your hand. Tell us.
Number one, the failure of your MP to do his job at the legislative body does not mean the constitution is not working. Number two, your job, we the people, our role in the constitution is not only to donate. We just don't donate that power to a representative. Then we say, okay, we have done our job. You have the job to reclaim it. You can reclaim it. You understand, Jakes? If I donated this power to the MP and it goes to the legislative body and it does not do or advance our interest as a people, we the people have, remember, we have the sovereign power. We can reclaim that power by recalling this MP, and the process is in the law. Okay, number two, Jakes, I want to address something you say, that these laws can be used to violate, I don't know, to make the constitution work against you. No. Any law that is made in the legislative body should and shall abide by the constitution. So the parliament cannot make a law saying that you cannot eat, you cannot be fed, while the constitution says that everyone has a right to eat. You see what I'm saying? So let's not confuse the two. The failure of your MP does not equate that the constitution is not working. You still have the power to recall that MP, because we the people have the sovereign authority. So we can take that power by removing that MP. So that's why I kept on saying, going back to the finance bill, what happened in the finance bill, Nani? What happens to the finance bill? When Ruto was whipping his MPs to go vote for that bill, 89 of the MPs, okay, majority of them being Azimio, did not even show up in parliament. Then after Ruto passed this finance bill that we are complaining about, the very MPs came in the media and said, this is a draconian law. Well, they were supposed to function, be at the parliament and vote it down. So you can't come out there and say, I have to finish. Please. I'm begging you, Alex.
Narrative whereby we are not getting the solution to a problem. We keep on talking about the constitution and we forget talking about our problem. The constitution is not offering us the solution to our problem.
Alex.
Right now we sit.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Whereby we have been thinking the constitution.
But the problem you're cutting me off is you're cutting me off. That's the problem. You're interjecting. Can I finish? I'm giving you the solution. If you listen,
Alex,
I'm giving you a solution.
Give him time to finish. Let him
finish. Thank you. Alex, when I was giving... Okay, Jay, when I was giving the solution, Alex, you are talking to somebody. I understand you are doing multitasking. This is the solution. I'll give you an example. Article 225(9) makes it very clear that any public official that misappropriates any money can be held responsible to pay off that money. So if anyone, people are saying, Murkomen ate some money, or I'll pay a bribe, or this or this, of those people who ate the SGR money. If you are to implement the constitution, these people should be in jail. But no one is doing so. And you, the people who are supposed to tell your MPs and your senators to look into it, you're busy in Mandamano instead of telling your MPs, bring that to the House so it can be implemented. We hold this Chirchir and the Murkomen eating money to be jailed. They should be taken out of it, stop being CSS and whatever. But you don't have the power, you are ignorant, so you're saying the constitution is not working. So what I'm trying to say is this, let me finish. I'm finished with this sentence. Everything that you're talking about is addressed in the constitution. The problem is no one is implementing it because the masses are ignorant of it, and the political class know that you are ignorant and they're taking advantage of it. So nothing is being done. That's why you keep on seeing Ruto is doing whatever he's doing. And guess what? All of these things that he's doing it legally by passing these draconian laws.
Okay, Jex. He has said he's finishing.
Okay.
He's finishing his notification.
He has made his point, but Alex, even as you come in, let me ask you, some of the laws, as much as Kenya Rebel wants to defend the constitution, one of the laws in Article 4, I think, on the section of children's right, the first part of it says that every child has a right to a name. That is okay, and nationality from birth. But I like part B, which I want us to discuss right now, that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. Free and compulsory basic education. Now, we are very much aware that by January, easy stories of free education might be a thing of the past, right? Is it not infringing on that right alone? We have seen the president changing so many things, including GMO. When you come to Consumer Protection Act, on Schedule 4, not Schedule, sorry, Article 4, I'm allowed to get quality and good products. I'm supposed to be protected. Now, what Kenya Power did yesterday, for example, they infringed on our right as consumers. Let me go to that article on consumer rights. They infringed on our rights to have quality service, to have. Let me just go there so that I don't seem to. Okay, it's Article 46. Yeah, on human rights, it says consumers have the right, one, to good services, to good and services that are reasonable quality. B, it says to get information necessary for them to gain full benefits from their goods and services. And then, of course, C, to protect their rights of health, safety, and economic interest. And then here is where my point is, especially what we are discussing. Of course, we are still on the point of power outage. D says to compensate, compensation for loss or injuries arising from defects of goods or services. Now, Kenya Power somehow have caused what I've discussed. Loss in terms of, kama nilikuwa na maziwa kwa fridge, imekaa several hours bila power, imespoil. I have already made loss due to lack of service. I haven't received a comprehensive statement that even apologizes to what I've lost. Probably someone lost his life because power is supposed, hospitals use power even to support life. When the government refuses to observe even the basics of human rights, what do we do? It's Alex turn. I'll come to you,
Just before Alex, just a sentence that I'll shut up. Sorry, Alex, if you allow me, please.
No, you
allow me.
Be fair. Be fair. It's
Alex. Alex, okay, let me just say this sentence.
After him, it will be you.
Okay.
Not Alex.
Okay, Alex, honorable, please. Mheshimiwa, if I may.
No, one moment. Kenya Rebel, I give you time. And we listen to you.
I don't see nothing you are defending. I don't.
You ask for time. I'll give you time after Alex. Yes, Alex. Alex, go ahead.
Jex,
Yes, sir.
we have
Yes, sir.
tried an experiment for 60 years. It has refused to work. And in the face of the world, we have become vampires, whereby we are sucking blood and expecting a different results, holding on to something that is not beneficial anymore. I will tell you that I stopped quoting the Constitution long time ago because it is so clear and loud. But yet nobody, even the courts, respect it. The people who are supposed to do what? To interpret it through the spirit of love, togetherness, and justice to the people of Kenya. Because that prerogative is given to very few people. Okay? And we have seen over and over and over the violation of the same constitution by the MPs, by the judges, by the presidents, but mtu akiiba kuku anaingia ndani miaka 20. So my worry is nobody should lie to our people anymore that the constitution has been able to work for the common wananchi. Who is 99%? It not one day, not 1 second, not even 1 microminute. Now the question lies, what must we do? You know, Bob Marley sang this one, emancipate yourself from entire slavery. None by ourselves can free ourselves. None by ourselves can, alikuwa anasemaje? Emancipate yourself from entire slavery. None can free you apart from yourself. I'm taking this opportunity to say I'm tired. I want to free myself. And why am I freeing myself? The very thing that I've been told that is supposed to protect me, I've never seen it even one day protect me. Now, look, let us not deny the truth and reality, because if we start denying that, we are having a debate of lies here. And I don't debate based on lies. The Constitution of Kenya has failed Kenyans. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is to blame. Let me put it neutrally. It doesn't matter who is to blame. If it's Mwananchi who has done nothing, if it's the MP who has nothing, the fact overall is that the Constitution has not done what it ought to do. That's a fact that you cannot take out. Because if it were, what happened in the sabotage of whatever happened in JKIA, somebody should have resigned immediately. We have not seen even one person resign. Nobody's taking responsibility, even though we have a constitution that quotes that even we're supposed to be compensated. You read it here. I don't want nonsense. Kenya Rebel, unataka kuniambia ati nini? We just read the same constitution that you're talking about, which means even compensation of the food in the fridge must be done. Jex, I want you to be firm on that. You just read the very supreme law of Kenya.
Even the flight for the people
Yes.
who are traveling, they are supposed to have
Yeah.
So we are seeing
if someone died, they ought to be compensated.
So Jex, we are not seeing any responsibility. We are not seeing any responsibility, even when we are quoting that constitution. I don't want lies here so that we can debate with Kenya Rebel, answer to pave way away from us talking the truth. We will be making a laughing stock of ourselves. Something happened in the country that should not have happened. 18 hours, people suffered. We are just talking of a series of things that have been happening. Okay? One drop of rain, we have not even gone other things. And then we start arguing here over, it's English we are talking. Instead of looking policy of what the Constitution itself says, you read it and you have said compensation, the last one, compensation must take place. Did you hear anybody say that that is going to happen? Instead, Chirchir told us, embrace more for rationing that is coming. Is that not somebody spitting you on your face? And that is why I say I'm not going to continue with this debate with somebody who does not understand the very concept of the Constitution.
I think, Jakes, we have to discuss on something else.
Okay, let's finish. Okay, let's finish. Okay, I'll stop. But here is this.
Some things that are myths.
Okay, Alex, what's the role of the senators? What is the role of the Senate? Answer me that, because you are ignorant of your laws. This is what I'm saying to you. You have ignorant people who don't understand how the Constitution, they don't understand what the Constitution is, they don't understand the roles of their representatives, but they come here and start blaming Ruto. In fact, I might be on Ruto's side. Who's a Kenya yote? Because I'm dealing with ignorant people. The Senate is supposed to check. No, hold on, Jakes, hold on. Hold on. No. I have to make my point.
You have to make your point, but I have to moderate the show.
Okay, but when
who are you calling ignorant? Because I think we are debating, and it's not about who gets the final and upper hand in terms of abusing. Let's try to be civil, and let's try not.
I'm going to be civil.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be civil, but this is what I'm saying. Saying using the word ignorant is not an abusive word. It means you don't know what's in the Constitution or the role of this government. Even the Bible says, my people are suffering because of lack of knowledge. We have a Senate, we have MPs who their job is to check the executive. So the executive, like the energy airport blackouts, right? It falls under the executive, the CSS that he appointed. So where is the Senate who are supposed to oversight, check the executive and ask questions and say, hey, they should bring Chief to the Nenio and ask him, why is this not working? Okay? But here you have somebody who is saying the Constitution is not working, but they don't understand the role of the legislative body, they don't understand the role of the judiciary.
Just one moment. On the issue of ignorance and all, do the Senate oversight the president or counties?
County and the executive.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I agree, but in the event the president has broken the law, can the Senate impeach the president?
Yes, they can. MPs can.
No,
okay, MPs can. MPs can. Yes.
Yes, they can.
They're part of the legislative body.
So, but even as we wrap up your part of constitution, because it's a very it's an interesting topic, but equally a very dicey topic. Let me ask you this, even as we sum up that part, then we come to something else. Constitution is a living thing, and it needs amendments, and it needs to be, we need to update it. Yeah, we do. Constitution is not cast on stone, it's amendable.
Okay, but give me a reason why you should amend it. What part do you want to amend?
Not me. If I was to amend, I would literally kind of say so many things, especially if the parliament becomes rogue, it should be dissolved like immediately. Some of the laws I would wish to have, if we were to sell anything, we should sell parliament. Unanielewa, we should sell that.
Yes, but
so that is me. But unfortunately, I'm not someone who is making the laws at the moment.
You are part of it, Jakes. You have the power. That's what you're failing to understand.
I know I do, but my issue is, before I even lose that chain of thought, my issue is this: we ought to look at our laws in ways that works for us. One, I want you to remember this system was borrowed. Our leaders almost copy pasted a foreign document. It might have worked works in other countries, but here in our country it fails to work. Literally, it fails to work, and that's why it becomes almost an inconvenience to some, those who choose to not obey it. Because look at our constitution. It is one of the best. It has been flagged out as one of the finest. But in a country that many boast of a good constitution, therein lies people who complain literally daily about everything, because everything seems not to be going their way, or even going according to the constitution. So the constitution can be good, it can be sound, it can be perfect as you want to portray it, and I agree with you up to that point. But again, the constitution as well can be assumed. Let me now that use I think that is the best word. Someone can choose to assume it and behave as though it doesn't exist. That one person operates as though that person is above the law, right? And you have someone disobeying court orders. You have courts that sometimes have rogue judges. But in the same country, we have an awesome constitution. So the constitution really cannot, I don't want to blame it, but then again, I don't want to say it is the solution that I need. Because with the good constitution, yesterday we suffered several hours of power outage, and nobody seems to take responsibility, because I think we should be accountable. Someone should be accountable. Someone right now either should have resigned, someone should be in jail as we are talking right now because of economic sabotage, right? Because I'm sure the country lost money a lot. People incurred expenses they were not supposed to incur. I have paid my electricity bill. Why should I invest in a candle? Why should the government, why should I go to bed without watching Netflix simply because there was power outage? My right to entertainment was infringed. My right to have my food well preserved in the fridge was infringed. That I now have to restock, despite the huge bills in buying these products. I have to go and restock my fridge because probably the things that I had ziliharibika because of the long hours of power failure. There were children in incubators. Probably some died. Probably, I don't know. Who compensates such cases? And then talk about constitution? Really?
Yes. Okay, because James, let me answer you.
Please do.
Listen, James, if a problem the problem stems from the executive, which consists of the president and his cabinet ministers.
Check your network. Check your network. I don't know. There's a problem.
Unangorota.
Or it's my network. I don't know. I think it's Kenya Rebel.
Inangorota from his end. Inangorota.
At least hapo sio mbaya.
Unanisikia sasa? Okay, niko nasema hivi. James, if the problem of these blackouts happen, the CS of Energy is responsible for that. CS of Energy is part of the executive docket. What are we supposed to do? Hizo maswali unauliza. The Senate and MPs should summon the CS of Energy to give us answers and hold him responsible. And if he doesn't have answers, they can impeach him. Okay? That is what we should be doing. That's why I'm saying we are having this argument. Listen to me. Please listen to me. No, but unisikie tafadhali. Wacha nimalize. The problem that you guys are getting frustrated, but what I see, especially what Alex was arguing, you don't understand the role of how government works, how the role of judiciary, the role of a legislative body, and the role of the executive. So tunapiga makelele executive at it's not working, while we the people, the sovereign people, have a role to play. Okay? So that's why I'm frustrated tunasema hivi, why this not happening, why this is not happening, why this is not happening. But the challenge in which we can use to resolve this problem, we don't know. So we are saying it's not working. Now, okay, let's assume you want this constitution done, it's not working. What do you want? Unataka ti mwenye nguvu ndio sasa arule. How do you think it's going to go? That's what I'm telling you. Let's implement it.
In times of war, the constitution is silent. Do you know that?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Have you ever had that phrase? In times of war, the constitution is silent.
I agree.
When we're dealing with some issues, they are tantamount to us being at war, or rather to us being in crisis, which at times I tend to think we are in. But allow me to respond to this comment by Goodyear. Now, you have said it's up to 8 hours. Kenya yesterday had power outage close to 18 hours. Close to 18 hours. So kuna plat zilikuwa na the challenge to up to 5 hours, 6, but kuna places zilienda up to 18 hours. So those places, can't we sue? And okay, I really hope our hospitals can have power backup, but not many have. So in our state, we are not fully. Most of our hospitals don't really have backups. Data kama ni backups, aziko every maybe they back maybe very essential places, maybe the ICU, the newborn unit, but kuna places kutakuwa experience the outage be serious, just like it happened kwa the airport. Kuna places kulikuwa na light, but kuna terminals zilikuwa in total darkness. So if our beautiful airport haina stima, you can imagine what will be of our hospitals. So Goodyear, I agree with you, but equally, umesema up to 8 hours, that's when maybe you can consider suing and even asking for compensation. What when we talk of 18 hours, right? Now, what were we saying? I think
Keep on the question. Keep on the question.
Kim, go ahead.
Okay, my question is this: it's a sort of explanation, and then later on a question will come. For me, I've lived this life with 4 presidents. The only president I did not see how he was leading the country is Jomo Kenyatta himself, the older man. I didn't see that, or I didn't see him. Let me say so. And may his soul rest in peace, whatever it is. I saw Moi, even though I was still young, but I would have differentiated how the country was run. Later on, Kibaki came, which was okay, no problem. But when he was starting, it was also very hard to accept. But later on, he picked up and the country went well. Now came Uhuru Kenyatta. That is it. You know, all of us, we know him. And then 10 years, ikaisha hivyo, William Ruto ndio ameingia. What I've now seen in this government of William Ruto, I didn't see on the other presidents. Why is this happening on William Ruto, whereby electricity inapotea mpaka airport? Why is it happening? Why not the time of Moi, the time of Kenyatta? I don't know if Kenyatta time they potea, the time of Kenyatta the son, the time of Kibaki. Why not? Why the time of Ruto? That's my question. Because
to me,
yeah, do you Kenya Rebel? Why is it so?
Okay, that's a good question, but your guess is good as mine. That's why I'm saying we can only find out if the Senate, the legislative body, which is supposed to keep checks on the executive, ask these questions. They should bring, what's his name, the CS for Energy, Kipchirchir or whatever his name is, bring him to Parliament, ask him those questions, and if he can't answer, he should be impeached. That's what I'm saying. That's how the role of the government should is designed. But sisi hatujui, so tunauliza, we are out here saying the constitution is not working, the constitution is working. Well, we don't even know how the government
Can
works.
I be candid with you, and can I tell you a statement to summarize everything?
Yes.
What you're saying is very good. Actually, it's marvelous. It can actually be categorized among one of the finest things that any human being can utter. But now, the reality is, and I wish you come to reality, because if you come to reality, even you'll see from Alex angle, the reality on the ground is this: in Kenya, what you're saying could be ideal in other countries. In Kenya, some things are good on paper. Some things are very beautiful. Let me tell you, Kenya doesn't have deficiency of laws. We have enough laws. Kenya has the best constitution, some may say. Kenya has one polished, it has very good English. Our constitution, kizungu yake imeenda group of schools. Kenya has enough legislation. Kenya has enough reports. Even some have never been implemented, from the Waki to the Ndongo to the whoever. Kenya imekuwa na enough. But from where we sit, Kenya has never had anyone who lives and acts and even protect and promote what our laws say. So you can talk about it, you can tell us about it, we can debate about it, but we will never have anyone, from judges to our MPs to the, just our moment, to the president, to anyone who follows the law. That's why we say corruption is a crime, but on our roads, police who are law enforcers, who are law enforcers, are on the forefront breaking the same law. So it's beautiful to say, let's follow the constitution. It's beautiful to say, impeach. It sounds actually magical to say, go to court. But the truth on the ground is this: nobody gives, finish
Jakes,
using
let me
the
summarize.
word use.
Okay, Jakes, let me summarize by saying this. This is my last submission. There's a reason why Okiya Omtata is rising fast as a Kenyan hero, okay? Because every time he goes to court, people think he's a madman, he's silly, he's whatever. But Okiya Omtata is doing what I'm advocating for right now. Yes, we have this same attitude, Jakes, you're telling me, you and Alex, and go, oh, constitution is a very good thing, but kwa ground is different. Nothing is,
true.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I'm not. We cannot dispute that. Yes, I know there's a disconnect. Okay, but should we just sit down and say that, okay, you know, the constitution is not working, Ruto can violate the constitution, na tutakaa tu hivi kwa sababu that's how Kenya we are. That's why people like Okiya Omtata are proving us wrong. What if we had only 10 Okiya Omtatas, or 3 or 5? Because he's following the constitution. Every time when this finance bill ilipitishwa, he was the first one to run to court. And people are calling him this madman. But yes, he's looking out for the people's interests. So let's not sit out. I understand we've always violated the constitution. That does not mean that we should just surrender and be like, you know what, our ground is, if it is not implemented, we cannot implement these things. We shall continue to have this as long as you have the very same attitude you're telling me. Our ground, vitu is different. Hizo ni kizungu tu, but kwa ground, Ruto will do whatever he wants. And as long as you have that attitude, Ruto will rule and break every law that he can. And that's why I'm saying, if we understand the law, we don't have to understand every article in the constitution. Just understand how the government works. Then hold the people that we donate this power to accountable, and they shall come change. Until then, that's my parting shot. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Keep now, Jakes. I'll see you guys tomorrow or the next time I'll be here. Peace.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kenya Rebel. We are actually winding up because we have another show coming up in the morning, and we have to air the celebrations of Jamhuri. But let me ask you, even as I ask for your closing remarks.
Yeah.
As a country, can we redeem ourselves? Because we seem to be in a hole. Is our situation redeemable? How can we redeem ourselves? It's like we are hopelessly in an endless pit, and the president seems not to have an idea how to get us out. Our MPs is a forgotten stories. Like who do we turn to? And I like this. I like what Atwoli one time asked, in whose hands are we safe? And many didn't answer that question then. Right now, I don't know if we need to even talk of hands. We need to ask this question: who will even save us? Because hands alone are not enough. How do we come out of this situation? I know it's a difficult question, probably, but what do you think is our saving grace?
Okay, Jakes, thank you for that. But what I want to say is that when William Ruto came in, or the president who is the current president now came into power, I thought he was there to break the barriers between the, let me call them deep state and the just ordinary people. But now what I'm coming to realize is that even deep state was better than the ordinary person. Because the suffering that we're suffering even right now, even deep state was better. They were controlling the economy better than him. In fact, for him coming from ordinary mwananchi, ndio imeharibika zaidi.
Was he really ordinary? Was he really ordinary?
Of course, ametoka yani yeye babaka hajawahi kuwa kwa siasa nini. I think you understand what I mean from there. So,
but that can be said about anyone who has been a leader, because
he has been a leader, of course, I know. But you know, yeye, he did not inherit politics from the parents. He inherited politics from Moi. And Moi was his teacher, but not the parent. You understand?
Okay.
You understand what I mean? So, because he was coming in to rescue some of us, but now he's coming in to put some of us in problems. Whereby I can say also, I thank God because he came in to rescue some of us, to put us in problems. Now that we have understood that he's putting us in problems, he came to show us that he cannot manage and we cannot even risk next time to give someone else. We are just giving somebody whom we know he's been there. Like the saying goes that better the devil that you know than an angel that you don't know. Because for him now, the saying goes like that. I didn't know him, but I trusted him from my own whatever place we come from. But the things the way they are going, nimeogopa sana. Yani hata sasa nashangaa sana kama ni yule Ruto ama ilikuwa Ruto mwingine. You see? So even next time
unaona ni nani bwana? Unaona huyu jamaa amefeli ya ukweli?
Huyu jamaa hapana. Mimi namjua huyu jamaa bwana. Huyu jamaa ameanguka. Si ati nini, huyu jamaa ameanguka. Mimi sasa niko hapa, mimi na wewe, we are talking lively like this, na mwenye akuongeleshi na anatamani kukuja online, unafikiri atasema nini?
Nilikuwa mahali na mtu akasema ya kwamba Kenyans wako na uchungu, and many feel that and I don't know how to put this, but many feel that the church, because that's how the person explained, that the church misled Kenyans. Not what stories of God. I'm not talking about God, the Bible. No, I'm talking about the human element that heads the church. Many say that the church misled many, and equally allowed politicians to use the podium, to use the pulpit, to sell lies, to propagate issues that were not true. They sold false hope. They sold a false narrative. They were given the platform, because politicians know that every Sunday they have what we call free gathering, because a church, every church, even if it's a multitude of three, every church has a gathering, and the church really played a role in installing this government. From where you sit, who would you blame? Of course, the voter as well made his choice, but those guys in the car that I was in were seriously bashing the church. What would you say, even as we wrap up?
Okay, Jakes. As I have said before,
I heard you say, I've asked you because the first statement you said when Kenya Rebel walked in, you likened him to Olesapit, and you uttered the words. That's why I've asked you that question.
And that is why now, Jakes, you are taking me back, because the church, I can say the church failed us, because the church made us to believe that there was no any rigging in the election. The church made us to pin Raila in all lies, all things that Raila always believed that is that person that cannot win elections in any way. They just take election from him by what do we call genuine winning. But later on, now I'm coming to realize that maybe even they are stealing votes from this older man, and they take the power. After taking the power now is becoming very hard for them to control. That is why we are suffering like this. That's why I'm saying the church has failed, because even the church itself, I can tell you, the church even went to Raila's place before they come to Bomas to announce, and they were not in good terms with Raila. And that's why the Olesabit was telling us now, it is now a good moment we have been waiting for. All of us, let's have peace, give your brother peace, give what. Later on now, I don't know. For me, I'm wondering personally, and there are so many people outside in this platform. They are listening here. Some even they don't listen right now. When we end the show, they listen tomorrow, but they'll speak the same, that where we are and where we thought we'll be is totally different. The William Ruto that we are showing us here, I don't know if he's the one, because for me, I'm now starting to doubt. The way Malema from South Africa was telling us, William Ruto that I knew is not the one who is in presidency. Because the promises he made for us, he's not delivering even one, nothing. He's not delivering anything. Especially when it comes to pesa mfukoni, hiyo sahau. Maisha ya bodaboda na mama mboga hakuna, hiyo sahau. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we?
So you agree with the sentiments that I had, that the church should take responsibility and apologize to Kenyans?
Of course. In fact, even the church, they do some meetings even in, what do you call this field? Now stadium. We charter women for what? And then we were saying, in fact, this is the right person. He's making meetings before he's elected. He's the right person. No. Those people who they were doing the charter together, they are not here even right now. They are running away. Where are the people like? Where is there's so many people that used to be in this platform together? Where are they? They don't come here, but they are listening right now as we speak. So the Kenya we want is not the one we want right now. It is in fact the one that you don't want.
Okay.
Yes, we don't want the Kenya we have now. We don't want. It's very wrong.
Okay. So allow me to thank you and equally ask you to always tune in to Afric 24. There is where you get us live and have such debates and conversation. Equally, in the same breath, allow me to thank and appreciate Alex Media for being part of this great conversation. I see Nyagaka is in the house, so allow me to give him some more moments, some few moments to say
And
something.
don't let him to go before I answer him.
Yes. Nyagaka, how are you?
Yeah.
Nyagaka, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, young man.
Can I hear your submissions even as we near wrapping up the show?
Oh, okay. It's always good to listen to your show. Today you had Revolution and Muigo Alex. So it is always good. But yeah, where we are going is a better future. I mean, Why we keep complaining and we only had 5 years for this as administration? Some of us don't know. I personally, I support this government 100% because if you fight corruption, just like Najib Barara been caught up with and this Nyakango lady and all these other people, then you will change you will change the livelihood of the people of Kenya. But for the last 6 years, 60 years, we've been practicing top-down economics. Now it is bottom-up, hustlers and all these other people. So if most of the people that Jakes that come to your show, they're ODM. What are they going to say? ODM. But some of us, Mr. Jakes, we appreciate that you let us air our views. Is that this government is doing 100% what they need to be doing, and so long as you fight corruption, the bottom-up economics will work. It will not work if you have corruption at the level of where Kenyatta was and Raila Odinga with their handshake, for lack of a better word, nonsense. Because there's no government that is run like that, where the opposition follows what the government of the day says, or where the opposition, the government of the day shakes hands with the opposition. So you are left without anything. This is not a dictatorship. If we are a democracy, we should have a vibrant opposition and a vibrant government of the day. Thank you, Jakes. Maybe I will always listen to you.
Okay. Fantastic. I hope you have subscribed to Afric 24, and you as well, our viewers, kindly rush to YouTube, or if you are in YouTube, kindly we ask you to subscribe to Afric 24. Make this your #1 channel for great content and great conversation. Namwona Alex amejifunika tulikuwa tunasema ni gubi gubi. Kiswahili ilikuwa si mdomo chetu. Umejifunika hadi wapi? Gubi gubi.
No, nilikuwa nimeenda for a walk.
Live Jakes, sangapi
Yes,
kesho?
I always begin at 10 p.m.
I'd for a short walk.
You
know, as you grow older, you don't want prostate kushika bwana. Unaweza pata imeshika mzee Nyagaka na hataki kutuambia hapa, ndio maana ananyamaza. But you know, prostate, prostate is the disease of our men.
Wewe unachoma bwana, una
But let me say this. Jax, you're doing a great job. Being neutral and trying to make people resonate with the reality is difficult. But I was disappointed with my party because my party is talking as if the constitution has worked for our country. It has not. 60 years down the road, I'll tell you the truth. Let's not even lie to each other. Let's not lie to each other. And these people know the constitution
Even small
more
baby,
than
Alex. Even small baby. Even a small baby can speak for the constitution of Kenya. It has not done anything.
Yeah. You see all these things that go to court, things get blocked, a road get blocked, a police station get blocked, all this. And then you wonder, are these people really mature to understand that, look, even if you are given an opportunity to interpret the law, don't interpret it in a way that is punitive. We have no problem with them. But the thing is that they have been very punitive to us, to a point that things have been retrogressing. But anyway, we are all different. But I still love your show, Jax. And when people come back and listen to the show, they're always mesmerized on the fact that on how we do things. Why? Because we are objective, but sometimes we are subjective, and we look at things in a way that is holistic, because we want the better and the good of that country. So I came to give my finishing remarks. Captain, thank you. Revolutionary, thank you. And everybody, thank you. Mzee Nyagaka, thank you. So we will be here tomorrow again.
Definitely, we must discuss the speech of the president. I'm sure someone said, I don't know if you fall on the same category, Mr. Alex, together with Captain. Someone said that they no longer listen to the president. Do you listen to the president, Mr. Captain? Someone said they
Okay,
stopped listening to his
sometimes
speeches.
when I'm not working, I can listen. But when I'm working, I don't give a shit of those things. I just came
Oh,
later
you
on.
don't
I
follow
did
him.
my
Okay.
Facebook. I listen on what he was talking about, especially those touching comments. I go there, but mostly I
Okay.
cannot go live to listen on him now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Alex, do you at times pay attention to what the president says? Ama, you fall in category of the people who said they stopped listening to him?
I would be very, very honest to you. I have
Yeah.
ambitions in 2027.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I must do is to listen to every
Mm-hmm.
iota of his words. And the reason I
Mm-hmm.
have to do that is this. As a legislature, I have
Mm-hmm.
to take the past and the present. As you know, Jex, one of the things that helps me in my politics is history. I am a very progressive person who looks at history. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I value people who history has benefited them. I'm not saying that Ruto has done everything wrong. There are things that, for instance, and many people beat me up when I talk about it. The housing levy, if it were to be done in the right way, with the right people, in the right manner, it will have benefited the whole country. Because housing, clothing, food, these are basic needs. Once you have those three things, you can buy data, you can buy Wi-Fi, you can buy clothes from a tailor, not Mutumba. You
can get a
grow the
husband.
economy.
You can get a husband and a
Yeah,
wife.
you can pay the 2,000
Because
for the ID.
you will have data to call and a house to take them to.
And you can eat smoky.
and of course, and my streets.
Yeah, so
Anyway,
before
on
we
a lighter
finish,
note.
yeah, before Captain speaks, what we are saying is that somebody cannot be a devil 100%. There are things that they have done that is right, but there are things also they have done that is wronger than what we thought. But I think where we are going to the last 1 week, I think Ruto has really messed up. So, like when you affect the economy to a point whereby production, the means of production, thieving, and all those things happen. You know, electricity is very cardinal in the economy of our country. They were testing the water to see if we will accept all this who has been saying that the national the what multinational companies to take us over. But we can't accept. Even if they take everything, one of the things they might not take is KICC. Another thing they cannot take is our electricity. Energy is power, is a weapon that foreign nations can use against us. If you allow them to take it over, they can turn it off for 3 days. What will you do? Yes, what can you do? You won't even be here. Your phone probably takes 28 hours before it is depleted. So you see the effect of that when you give foreigners the power to take your things. So I mean, there are things you cannot give out. It's like you hire a maid in your house, takes care of your children, washes your clothes, but your bedroom it's out of bound.
Okay.
Okay, so we have bedroom matters in Kenya, and we must describe them, we must define them, and we must say that they are not supposed to come to our bedroom.
Okay.
Thank you.
What would be your message for Jamhuri?
60 years down the road, we are begging for food. 60 years down the road, our soil has been messed up more than the beginning because we got free fertilizer that destroyed us. 60 years down the road, we have no running water in the taps that you can sit at the benefit of you. Jex, when I go to take a shower, I take a shower for 30 to 80 minutes. Why? Because there's running water.
Very hot.
Jex, 60 down the road, we are using latrines. And people use latrines, they use leaves. We don't use 60 down the road, I can name
Unachoma,
over.
usichome sana. This is an international channel. Usichome sana
Doesn't
bwana.
matter.
The,
Doesn't
the,
matter.
the
I'm
king
telling you
might
the
be
reality.
watching this. No, you see, the king might be watching this and alipelekwa place poa poa. So
No, you have stopped me, but I could have given you so many examples 60 down the road. What is happening?
usichome sana.
People should not be using leaves to go to the bathroom because right now toilet papers are not affordable. Maybe people are using newspapers, but we don't have newspapers anymore because why? We went digital.
Now, what will be your message of hope to the people?
There is nothing hopeful. There's nothing hopeful. Whatever is hopeful is that turn your eyes and do what you ought to do and tell our leaders that, look, it can't be like this. It can't be like this. Why am I saying it cannot be like this? The reason it can't be like this is because it is like this. Lastly, when I speak this, it's because I have children. And I sometimes question if my children would have been in Kenya, what kind of life would they be leading? I have a privilege that my children have never seen such of this nonsense. Do you understand? But 96% of children are seeing all this nonsense. January is coming. 60% of children might not go to school. Why? Primary education now is going to ask for basic things, whereby Mama Mboga, border may not be able to afford. Lethargic, pathetic. I can go on and on and on to use adjectives that you may not understand. And you may think that we are just talking in the show here. Jakes, you may find yourself to be a victim of circumstance one day. Your wife is sick, your mother is sick, you are not able to pay even for your sports. Your child is being told that they should pay for sports what? Suit. Upate, you're not able to buy it. Then you call me and tell me that. And then I turn around and tell you that, Jakes, listen, you voted for this guy. 6 years down the road, we are starting having rationing of electricity, whereby people are going back to use kerosene. Jakes, do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
60 years down the road, we are going to start using kerosene again, Jakes. Jakes, let me reiterate it. 60 years down the road, because of what Chirchir said today, we are starting to use what? Kerosene. Do you believe that? You know, Jakes, let me tell you what I believed. A person that was privileged used to have something called a pressure lamp. Do you know what was a pressure lamp used to be?
Yeah.
Those were people who were privileged because it had a bulb whereby the kerosene could not burn and your eyes will be burned. That means our children's eyes will start to burn. So when somebody comes here and he wants us to discuss about the constitution, which has not worked, that's nonsensical to me. It never worked, it's not working, and we must find a solution whereby we are not using kerosene. Unajua ile stove ambayo mlikuwa unapiga hivi unaweka pressure alafu inafanya That is what the guy lied to us, that we are going to have gas of 300. Where is it? The guy just lies without blinking. He goes and starts saying things in the national platform, in the international platform. People think that the Kenyans have it, but Kenyans are suffering. So when you're telling me to give you a story of hope, a narrative of hope, okay, an ideology of hope, why should I lie to you when I know that the majority of Kenyans have no hope? We must call. And look, Jax, let me tell you, if you cannot define something rightly, you cannot have corrective measures. If today you say, Jax, umevunjika mguu, alafu ambie daktari ni kichwa inakuuma, hiyo kichwa yako itakuuma the rest of your life because hautatibiwa mguu. So we must define things the way they are. Why should we give people hope when there is no hope?
Okay. But I'll definitely give them hope. Yes, Captain, your final sentiments.
Yeah, I heard of Alex saying he has hopes that maybe in the near future he might be one of the leaders of the country. But what I can tell Alex, don't come and join them to punish our people. When you come, join them and do the right thing to our people. Our people are suffering to an extent that even when we try to explain even ourselves from where we are, you feel like even crying, because when you are told sijui stima ni pesa ngapi, unang'ang'ana na maisha yako huku, watoto wako penye wako unalipia wazazi kila kitu ile vile inafaa walipie. Christmas ndio hii, Januari inakuja, inakupain sana yani. You see? So please, if we are optimistic in our lives to be maybe leaders in future, let's take that mfano from where we are and deliver to the country where we are from. Peleke siasa ya ukaibuni kama mi penye niko na niende nionyeshane vile wanalipa bills hapa. Bills inalipwa direct, sio mambo kupitia ukarabati ya cartels nini, hapana. Wewe nikuletee bill yako kwa nyumba, na kuja kwa nyumba yako, wape mita yako ndio hii, na tap mita yako inarusha receipt yako yote na kupatia ukiona. Sio mambo na kuambia wewe kuja county tuongee, unipatie sijui ngapi nimalizane na wewe. No. Let's do the right thing at the right time. Because from where we are right now and where we are heading to, nimeshangaa sana, yani nimeshangaa. Mpaka hadi sasa unapita mahali usakayo wenu, jamaa wenu nani, can't talk. What will you say? You see? So I tell Alex this way. He's coming maybe 2027 to join politics in Kenya to do the right thing for the people of Kenya. I don't care where the place is going to be. All of them will be the people of Kenya. The way Simba Harati was joining Kisii as the governor and he was doing very well. But sasa watu wanataka kumuua kwa sababu anafanya kazi yake mzuri. I don't know what's the reason why. So Alex, when you come, be careful. Go for your seat. Chukua kazi, fanya kazi yako vizuri, lakini ukilala usilifunge macho yote. Funga moja, angalia, wacha hiyo moja iangalie.
I promise, Mr. Captain, I'm not going to distribute bursaries. I'm not going to distribute all those nonsense of CDF. I'm going to be a legislator. What Anyona was, what the 7 bearded people were. Because
you legislate from the parliament to go to the county for the people to have it. That is it.
So the other thing I wanted to tell you, Jex, let me tell you one thing. The irony of, and I think sometimes exposure is something many people do not understand. If you knew how Kenyans are respected out of the country, toyo kitu cha jamhuri. Toyo kitu ya happy jamhuri. There's nothing jamhuri after that.
I have to give people hope, but sawa.
Yeah, don't give me hope where it's not. Toyo kitu ya jamhuri. Yeah.
Where there is no hope, don't tell us hope where there is no hope.
Nimewekea not yet Uhuru. Go ahead.
Put us, the 3 of us. Now we are having a finishing conversation.
Put the 3 of us to be in the screen. What for those things?
The way Kenyans are respected out of the country. Yes. Jex, you don't know. Today, I was in the bus. I got an Indian guy who told me that Kenyans are the most honest people, very hardworking. They are loved all over the world. Where we go, we make an impact. And 60 years down the road, the Kenyans in the diaspora have done so well. When we are given an opportunity to go out of the country, we shine, Bwana. Go CBC in Atlanta, we are all over. Come to Minnesota, Kenyans here are shining. Go to Akinalala in Washington, D.C. Hata huyu jamaa mimi tupendani na yeye, ni rafiki yangu, we talk all the time, but tunakuwa na shida ya siasa. Mzalendo is an efficient worker wherever he is. Excellency. Excellence. You know, the word excellency is the name of God. People do not know. The word excellence is the name of God Almighty, if you don't know. That's why leaders are called His Excellency, so that they can imitate God. We are excellent. And you know the funny part of it? It's black excellence. It's not white excellence because we are black. But then we look at our people, how they have been pondered, maimed, subjected into minioness because they don't have opportunities. It makes me sad. And that's why I use my voice, because I always have this quote: speak even when your voice is doing what? It's shaking. Don't think sometimes I don't shake when I speak to Ruto, because I fear he might go and kill my people, because politicians can do that. But what can we do? We must do that, checks. Diasporans have done good to our country, I swear to you.
So anyway, Alex, what I want us to say, because I think Jax is closing. What I can tell you, bro, you've been calling me. Sometimes I'm busy. I come back to call you later on. You are not answering my calls. But what I'm telling you, my brother, shikilia hapo. Usikuje ukangoja mtu mwingine aongee kukuhusu. Ongea kukujihusu vile uko saizi uhai. Speak from your heart what it is there for our people. Speak from your heart what you want for yourself. Usingoje Mjex akuja aongee kukuhusu. Ati wewe ulikuwa unataka hii ama hii. Usiningoje mimi captain nisema Alex alikuwa anataka hivi. Mimi ndajiongea yangu nisema nataka hii na hii na hii. And I don't fear. Do anything you want to do to me, but I tell you the truth. As we speak now, William is from my home place kabisa. Hata brother yangu saa hii sitaki niseme sana kwa media, lakini anajua vile naweza maanisha nikisema brother yangu. You are failing our people and you have to rectify that. Sisi tulikupigia kura vizuri sana na roho safi, lakini you are failing us. So Jex, ujiongee roho yako vile iko na usimame kidete na usimame na haki yako. Musu atikutishe. Sisi tumetoka nje ya Kenya, tunasonga, saa hii tunasonga tunaenda kwingine. Lakini kwa sababu ya ile strength tuko naye na ile inaitwa kutoogopa, yani ile kuwa na, ndio unaona tunasonga, tunaenda. Hatuwezi rudi Kenya. Instead of turudi Kenya, tunaleta wenye wako Kenya, tunawapeleta huku, tunawasongesha kwa nchi zingine.
Captain, that is the mistake.
Tukishinda hapa ati sijui tunadanganyana. We cannot go anywhere.
And Captain, that's the mistake that we have done. That even the government thinks that we are happy that foreign jobs are better. Let me tell you, Jex.
Lazima usweat, bro. Lazima usweat.
Let me tell you, maybe Penny Nyagaka is happy is in Texas kwa sababu hakuna winter. Who cares where saa hii winter ikifika hapa Minnesota iko baridi. Ndugu yangu, unavaa longi tatu. Kenya nani anavanga longi tatu?
Muonyesha Alex, mwambie hii ni mwambie ni mnyama gani kwa hapa.
We are not joking.
Tuanze kujua hii ni kitu gani.
Our weather is one of the best in the world.
Onyesha hawa ni kitu gani.
Ngoja kidogo keep.
Sawa.
We come in this country to be subjected with bad weather. When our weather is one of the best. Arabians come to our weather. The French people come to our weather. Italians come to our weather. We leave our weather to come here because we don't have means. Okay? And somebody start telling me that our constitution is working. And I don't want me nikosane na mtu. But when we cannot agree in simple terms that the courts have been one of the worst enemies of Kenyans, you stop a feeding program of children. Are you upstairs okay, Jex? Are you upstairs okay? A man who eats 4 meals. Alafu children stay the whole day, they are not eating. And you want to use that as an interpretation of the law. You eat 4 meals. A child goes in the morning, 6 a.m., maybe ate porridge. that was made the day before. He goes to school. He can't come back home at lunch. He stays in the evening at school program lunches. And then you start telling me that the courts and the constitution, that nonsensicalism. And then we want to sit here, Jex, me and you to discuss that the constitution is right. Jex, I will not. I will get out. The courts has been one of the most enemies of our people. And we must call it out. And you must be in the focus, sitting at the rooftop, saying it. Why? Because someday you will create a legacy. Today you may not create followers, but people will remember that you said the truth to the matter. The constitution is not working. We need to find a solution to an alternative to the constitution. We must return our ways to before the constitutions came, morality. In Kisi, we used to say Emanga, where we used to go to settle scores. Let me repeat that. I know about Kisi. We used to go Emanga, whereby when Kisis had problems and things were not working, we went to traditional, not this new concept of Europeanism. If Europeanism is not working with us, why can't we go back to Africanism, whereby the merits, the concept of our forefathers, whereby you cannot talk right now. I joke with Mzee Nyagaka because he's my uncle. But on a normal basis, even if he said something that was wrong, I listen to the letter. Why? He's an old man. That merits. The new constitution that has been imported to us is not working to us as Africans. It's been mutilated. So that's why I'm telling Nyagaka, if the constitution is working, maybe Nyagaka may be working, even though I may not agree with him. But our forefathers will never kill our country. And that is why I was disputing my friend. I'm telling him, if the constitution is not working, it has refused to work 60 years down the road. Are we going to stick ourselves into, are we going to stick the foot into the cement and say, okay, it is the supreme law, it is ABCD, all these definition adjectives of Europeans? No, we must look for a better alternative. Like right now, as we are talking here, we always say, let us agree to disagree agreeably. And also, we also say that we have a common problem which requires a common solution. We may disagree on politics, who we want and who we don't want. But wakati njaa inatuuma, let's put the politician kando, tuseme the constitution is not working, wacha tukule kwanza, alafu tuende tupigane. Wacha wakale wakunywe mursik, wacha wakisi wakunywe matoke, wacha wanini wakunywe nini mdheri, wakikuyu wakule githeri, wacha wanini wakule wajaluo wakule obambla na omena, alafu tukishashiba tukuje tupigane. Sasa tutapiganaje
tukiwa na njaa?
Tutapiganaje kama hatujakula matoke? Tutapiganaje kama hatujakunywa murusika? Tutapiganaje kama hatujakula githeri? Tutapiganaje kama hatujakula nini? That is common sense. That is mzee, conventional wisdom. Hata kama sisi hatujakuwa wazee, hata kama hatujakuwa wazee, I can tell you I have white hair in the air, hapa kwa ndevu moja, na ninaogopa kuna ingine inakuja hapa chini. That means in the future I'm becoming an older man. So that means lazima kuna vitu zingine they are communal. Njaa ikikula watu, tuache kutetea Ruto. Tuseme kwanza njaa imetukula, watu wakule. Ukiona mama yako ako uchi, avai nguo, usianze kutetea Ruto at you want to see the womanhood of your mother, alafu uanze kusema Raila ndiye ameleta hiyo. Unaelewa? Ukiona nyumba hamuna nyumba, munakaa nje, musipige kelele, alafu muache vitu zingine ziwamalize. So what I'm saying is that, so sorry kidogo. So I will leave it there because there is noise in my house.
Okay. Nyagaka, give me your closing remarks. I had given you, but nadhani kuna kitu imekutibua mpaka ukarudi. But tell me, what do you think of Mr. Alex has talked of an old way of Kisii solving the issue. I have forgotten how he has called it. Were you among the elders therein mentioned?
Right around there compared to Alex, right around there. Kwa sababu Alex, I really admire his way of thinking, of seeing, and putting the Kisii tradition, which has really kept us together the longer we have continued to live. And Alex, congratulations sana. Mzee wako tulikuwa na yeye shule, na what was so funny, Jakes, ni kwamba he said he was going to Minnesota, and we said, no, Minnesota is too cold, you can't go there. And he said, watch me. You Nyaribarians have given, I'm from Nyaribari. You Nyaribarians have given us more hard time in Kenya, and you cannot come here to America to do the same thing. Alex, hiyo ndio sijakwambia. And then when he moved to Minnesota, so, and on it went. But vile Alex, ni kijana yangu, vile anasema, I concur completely. Ni kwamba, Jakes, una show about it takes everybody's ideas. Now, in there, you will learn something. I learn a lot from people like Jakes, Kapteni, Wewe Jakes. I learn a lot. It doesn't mean that ukiwa mzee you will not learn. You learn a lot. Na vile Alex anasema, wazee, when they were coming up, the old men, even if they are stepping on the ground, even if they have no shoes, no nothing, you don't argue with them in Kisii. And when Alex says the same thing here in America, it is really wonderful and admirable. Now that's what has kept our society together. So, say for example, the government of the day in Kenya, even if some of us is supporting, right now we don't want the referendum because we will lose hands down. Because the hardship of everybody kwa nyumba ni nyingi sana. So let us at least give it 3-4 years. If it loses, it loses. Ramashaba taenda nyumbani. Since we have no quorums about that. But let us give it a little time. And another thing I really want to tell Captain, because the way we are borrowing money in Kenya today is through the United Nations President Institutes. And those are the institutes that made Southeast Asian countries work better. And that's when you go through the banks, huh? When you go through the banks, it's more expensive than through the President Institutes that are, you know, the World Bank and IMF. That way, we can bowl ourselves to better life. But if we can't, some of us will not be hung because we supported this government. No, we'll follow whichever government come along. Alex, kutembea ni kitu mzuri sana. Na I have a lot of ODM buddies that have shown how to go to the gym, how to lift weights. Na wao wananipiga sana, wanakujua Alex sana. Wananipiga sana, lakini when it comes to talking politics is something else, but when you start talking social values, vile umesema kuwa na good health, it is very, 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 very important. I walk every day, Alex, for 1 hour every day. And in 3 days a week, I lift weights. And those are, even if we don't talk politics, Jake, sometimes let's introduce other topics. Kama ile anza jana ya mashamba, ile topic ingine ya kama huyo Alex ameenda kutembea kucheza away prostitute. That's very good. It is wonderful, and we don't do that enough. Alex, huyo anko yako ameenda nyumbani sasa, mimi nasikia anatembea mpaka Kisii town. But here it was a problem. Here we thought we would lose him anytime. But now anatembea mpaka Kisii town and all that. Na unajua who I'm talking about. So wacha tuseme hivi. Jakes, kuleta show yako ni mzuri sana. Inaleta everybody. And vile Alex amekuambia, it is wonderful to see and hear everybody's voice in between. Thank you very much, Jakes.
Thank you very much, guys. It's almost 3 in the morning here in Kenya, and despite you guys having a bad weather, right now it's very late. So
no, Jakes, here Texas is good. It's really warm.
So huwa mnatuambia hapa tukule kiburi yetu, mimi nitawaambia enjoy your weather. Enjoy your weather.
When we have bad weather, we have better steak.
Yeah.
We have bad weather, we have better steak.
So, unfortunately, some of us in Kenya hatuwezi taka kujaribu kuonyeshana what we are eating kwa sababu economy imetufanya ile kitu. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for choosing to be part of this great conversation as well. Allow me to thank these able gentlemen, Mr. Captain, Honorable Lex, and of course Penya Gaka, together with those who came before them, Akina Kenya Rebel, Mr. Leo, and many others who joined us live. As well, allow me to thank you who chose to watch us, you who took time to listen in. Oh my, I am grateful that even up to now we have so many watching us. Anteni to Sana, you guys are just but an amazing lot. We do this every night at around 10 p.m. Kenyan time. I'm sure it's around 2 p.m. in the US to Kianza show, yeah? And you can be sure to catch divergent views from this show. And of course, you can get laughters, you can get seriousness, you can get what kuguarana. It's a cocktail, it's a concoction of different things. Utapata wengine wanakula kwa show, but kwa yote it's all part of this. So zaidi yote, thank you so very much. So I'm happy to be your moderator, and we do this tomorrow. Now I refuse not to sell hope. Now I wish you a fantastic Jamhuri Day. It's not Nisaitu. Nisaitu. There is hope for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a fantastic Jamhuri Day. So from Africa 24, we choose to wish you and your family and your loved ones happy holidays, happy Jamhuri Day to you, our fellow viewers. This is for you. From us to you, we wish you the very best. The government might not give you, but we choose to ask that may our good God, he who knows no referendum, he who knows no constitution, he who was never appointed nor elected, may he give you a good Jamhuri Day. Yeah, may you have a fantastic day tomorrow. And as I've always been telling you, may your name be mentioned in pleasant places. Maybe the government might not know you, but may you be known by many other good people. God bless you. This is Africa 24. We love you. We love our country. And because we love our country, we wish you a very happy Jamhuri Day. It might be at 60 and nothing to show, but at least we are not where we used to be. We are not somewhere yet, but by the grace of God and baby steps, we will get there. Ruto might not be the lead to lead us where maybe our destiny is, but somehow,
So
God
Jakes,
will do it for us
before
in
you
His
leave,
own rightful time. Yes, Alex.
Before
Yes,
you
Alex.
leave, I want to throw this question, which many people do not know. When you say Jamhuri Day, you must also think of Madaraka Day. What's the difference? Are we having Madaraka or are we having Jamhuri? If we don't have to answer it today, let's see tomorrow what Ruto will say.
The two occurred in 2 different years. One was in 1963 and the other one was in 1964.
Okay,
when the country became a full republic.
Let's see the speech of Ruto tomorrow. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. He took the oath of the
office,
and is exercising the authority of Kenya. We will listen to him. Many people never listen to him. I listen to him. I'm going to listen to his speech, but at the same time, I will tell you that where we lie. Thank you very much.
Okay. Asanteni sana. Tomorrow we shall have a nice recap of what the president will have to say. Of course, we will not speak what he will say. We will only analyze it. So don't imagine we'll only come to give you what he will say and praise it. We will criticize it. We will praise where it needs to be praised, but above all, we'll give you exactly as it happens and allow you to have your view. Okay? Thank you very, very much. We are so grateful that you chose Afric 24, your number one channel for such content. See you tomorrow at 10. God bless you. Situonane kesho. This has been Afric 24. Asanteni sana.